what is everybody? Welcome back to the Transparency Idaho4 Netflix Cliff Notes, Nuggets, and who will be Kohberger's appellate team. We've been making some phone calls, and at the beginning of our phone calls, we were getting people saying just no, and then people saying we couldn't comment either way. So those phone calls were began yesterday, by the way, and so we're doing on our end. We were making some phone calls to see who is repping Bryan Kohberger in this appellate proceeding post-conviction. Again, welcome everybody. Thank you for being here. The YouTube streets, I guess, are on fire. And last night I just was doing a bunch of researching and wanted to rest up my voice. So I'm going to tell everybody that we are going to be talking about the Netflix documentary, and it was basically all about the victims, and that's the best thing that came from it. You got to see a lot new pictures and videos, what I'm guessing maybe from the cell phones of the victims, but it was nice to see some new material. So I would watch the Netflix for the purpose of that, to definitely see the victims and how I think that everybody should be remembering them, not from the night of this ridiculous, senseless tragedy, but their consistent approach to life every single day and how they lived. That's what I think was like the most compelling part of the 3 episodes. So also, these are the people that you hear from in the documentary. You hear from Ed Jacobson. Ed Jacobson, who is on the top of my list for the leaks. You hear from Cooper Atkinson. Cooper Atkinson lived right next door, 10 yards from the door of 1122. You hear from Maya Happensall. I think that's how she says her last name. You hear from Peter. You hear from Jeff and Jasmine Kernoodle. You hear from Christy and Steve Gonsalves. You hear from Anthony Dollinger. He does a lot of the narration as far as like the police portions, as well as Ed Jacobson. You hear from Brian Enton, and we're going to get into Brian Enton. And Brian Enton is basically the family's spokesperson for the Gonsalves family. He's been for a while. Brian Enton was actually him in JLR until JLR, wasn't following and keeping up with the Idaho case, like how Bryan Enton was. But Bryan Enton was invited to their home, and so they've built a relationship, and so Bryan Enton was part of this. But now there are people that make appearances in this Netflix where they try to dog on them in a way. They take a clip from JLR. They take a little clip from What's Obsession. They take a little comment from, I think Bernie comments in this on my feed. They took a clip from him. And it was about, YouTube and sleuths becoming detectives in this case and yada, yada, yada. And it's like, what was mainstream media doing? What was mainstream media doing? They weren't being detectives in this case? Give me a fucking break. Okay? Mainstream media was camped outside that house, treating it like a fucking prop. Okay? Mainstream media was so far up your fucking asses, Moscow, that you couldn't see left, right, straight, down. They were following you guys around. They had camera crews following you around. News Nation Nancy Grace using that murder scene as a prop. Kaylee's grandma talks in it. It was nice to hear from her. Kaylee's aunt is in it. Casey Johnston is in it. Jack D's cousin was in it. Then we get to a new person who no one's ever heard of until the Netflix. And they don't get Molly. They don't get Eric Gower. Okay, they don't get Bethany. They don't get Dylan. None of the Chapins are in it at all. None of the Laramies are in it. Nobody, like Payne's not in it. Blaker's not in it. Just Anthony Dollinger from MPD. That's it. Ed Jacobson, FBI task force out there in Coeur d'Alene, ran for Rathdrum chief or sheriff or some shit, lost his ass. And this new person that we hear from is Lily Kay. Lily Kay was a classmate of Bryan Kohberger at DeSales. Not at WSU, but at DeSales. And she was in the class with Bryan Kohberger with Ramsland. Okay? Now, everything they put out in the Netflix goes completely against everything that Cy-Ray is saying right now. So there's your first boom. Right here. We got some dates. Ed Jacobson talks about all the Elantras. It's quite fabulous. Okay? He's a moron. His typical travel route to Moscow was the 270 corridor. That's what Ed Jacobson says. Cy-Ray says no. Cy-Ray says how Bryan Kohberger would normally go to Moscow was this back route. The route that Cy-Ray is trying to say that he took the night of the murders. So I just love it. Ed Jacobson, Cy-Ray. Which is it? But Cy-Ray says bullshit to that. Bryan Kohberger wasn't his typical travel route to Moscow was never the 270 corridor. So I can't wait to hear more about that. It was odd for him to be out at late hours of the night. Well, again, according to Cy-Ray, no, it's not. And then they still went with the narrative in this Netflix that at 2:42 a.m., he's connected to Pullman on the tower. And then at 2:47 a.m., he left moving south and phone went dark. They still kept the 2:47. They never mentioned 2:54 in the Netflix. So for Cy-Ray to come out here and talk about, yeah, everybody agrees about the 2:54 time. Not everybody agrees with that publicly. Oh, contraire. Then they are still maintaining that at 4:48 that he took the big ass loop, not the one that Cy-Ray is saying. He's saying that Pullman Tower loop on the screen that we've all seen. 1 hour and 10 minutes to make it back with that loop. He doesn't say, how Cy-Ray is coming out and saying that to Steve, hey, he didn't take that route. He came like this. And is talking about now the Snake River. Okay. In this Netflix, they talk about how after the murders, Bryan Kohberger's pattern of life is different. That's what Ed Jacobson. And it's just great that I hear Ed Jacobson talking about this because I think it's just priceless. Okay. Ed Jacobson, I cannot wait to show you guys his interview with one of the eyewitnesses in a murder in Bonners Ferry. The dude is a hack and a liar. He didn't even investigate. Whenever somebody is murdered, your husband or your wife is prime suspect number one. They say it in this case, they say it in the Netflix that yes, obviously Jack Decor being an ex-boyfriend, he's obviously going to be looked at as a suspect. Okay. Well, how about the case of Brian Drake being murdered? Jennifer Drake was never looked at as a suspect ever, not once. Why, Ed? Come on, man, you're the bomb. You're so good at your job, Ed. Leslie Lehman, come on, man. All these people that worked on this case, worked on that Bonners Ferry murder, and it's still unsolved today. I've put out more evidence from the discovery in that murder case in 2020. Provided it to Idaho State Police. Here's some links. Here's some tips. Give me my $10,000. I solved your case. Speaking of which, I have a huge bomb coming in that case. Huge bomb. It has to do with Eldora Gatchell and her husband. Eldora Gatchell is one of the eyewitnesses in a way. Anyways, then in this Netflix, they go ahead and they talk about, here's new information. IGG, according to Ed Jacobson, is not court admissible evidence. I'm dead. Excuse me? Yes, go watch the Netflix. There's 3 episodes. Watch the 3rd episode. Ed Jacobson says, IGG, not court admissible evidence. I said, LOL, this stupid fuck. That's in my notes. He says, strange behavior with when they started monitoring Bryan Kohberger. They said they monitored him for a week when he was in Pennsylvania. I said, where are the cameras? Wouldn't you be setting up poll cameras? Come on, guys. This is the FBI, man. This is the biggest murder in freaking a century. Fuck a decade. This is bigger than O.J. Simpson. And he's over here saying, wow, Brian's behavior in the week that we monitored him. Okay. He did all this weird shit. So much so he talks about rubber gloves. That he was wearing rubber gloves. And that he only left his house on 3 occasions. On 3 occasions after they got his name. And they were watching him for a week. That he only left the house 3 times. And that's why they basically were like, so we kind of get like what he's alluding to is that we couldn't get his DNA because he was wearing rubber gloves everywhere he went and he only left the house 3 times. So that's when we made the decision to do a trash pull. According to Ed Jacobson. Now I'm going to tell you something. If you put any stock into that man, so don't run with that. I'm simply telling you what this man is saying. And I'm telling you to caution yourself to believe anything that this man says. Ed Jacobson always has an agenda. Ed Jacobson thought that he would run to run a department immediately after this case. And he didn't get, and he wasn't, no. He lost. Also, when they did this trash pull between 4 and 4:30, according to Ed Jacobson and Anthony Dollinger, Brian was walking down the street and they call him up and they're like, hey, we just saw Brian. And then this is what made me laugh. I thought Brian only left the house 3 times. Was that one of the 3 times? That he just happened to be outside walking at 4 or 4:30 in the morning? Or is that just a lie? What's the lie? Then when they get the trash at 4 or 4:30 in the morning, think about this. That's Eastern Standard Time. Are we working at, is that 4 or 4:30 Eastern Standard Time? Okay. Because then they said that they then get the trash to Idaho. And it gets to Idaho at 1 a.m. So you have, that's basically then the next day. So if it's 4 or 4:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, that's 1 or 1:30 Moscow time. It's 2 or 2:30 Boise time. Because Boise and Moscow are 1 hour apart. and that they used a Q-tip. And so I pay attention to all these timelines because I like to put it up against something for them to like, was this possible? Again, so I thought that those were a couple nuggets that I took from it. I took also the fact that they are sticking with the fact that Xana was scrolling on TikTok at 4:20 a.m. and that the DoorDash, Molly makes a cameo appearance. They show her on the screen walking. I like to point out that Ed Jacobson talks about the seizing of the 1112 camera, and you know how it was seized immediately on 11/13. Well, Ed Jacobson says that, and so does Anthony Dollinger, that when they got the video, that at first they could only get just the video and not the audio, and then the second time they were able to get the audio. So you have to remember that they're saying on the first pull they could only get video, and then it was the second time that they were able to get this audio. Would love to know all the hash values on that. And then at 11:15, I just want to remind everybody that Jacob Tisdall claimed the car in report 10. That'll be in my book. That'll be in my documentary. But I don't know why people are freaking out about that car when the police have already claimed it. Now, right at the beginning of episode 3, or at the end of episode 2, Bryan's classmate, okay, that's when she's in, and she's from DeSales. And Christy starts off on episode 3, because it's basically after the arrest of Bryan. And Christy said that she asked 3 law enforcement personnel, like, is this the right guy? Like, who is this? And all 3 of them said 1,000%, 100%, 100%, 100%, yes, yes, yes. They were telling Christy that this is the dude, 1,000%. Now, these are people that just got his name a week earlier. And these dudes are talking about 1,000% to Christy right after his arrest. So 3 different people, she said, when she did her interview. Oh, hello, I forgot to say, my favorite person in this whole thing is Alieva. Okay, Alieva rocked it. So did Jasmine. Hearing from her and Jasmine talk, the best parts of the documentary. Jeff did not obviously want the plea deal, neither did the Gonsalveses. Jasmine thought that it would be easier to heal because of how she was explained it, and I bet you she feels differently now. They show the clip of Bill Thompson saying to spread it far and wide. We're looking at all this information. Here's the guy. Now that you know who it is, spread this out, all that stuff. Xana's sister talks about the fact that she was at WSU while Bryan was there, and that she couldn't believe that she actually lived closer to the killer than, her sister did. They talk about getting the Elantra, and it goes to the FBI, and they talk about processing it. And they talk about how it was spotless. Well, guess what? The expert reports and that they processed this whole thing and it was, spotless. Well, the expert reports that Bryan has lined up or would have had lined up to go to trial, and I've read them and I put them out there, they actually come out and say there are so many things that weren't even tested in Bryan's car, such as blood. Something that tested positive for blood was not processed by Idaho. So that's a big bomb. They want to push this narrative that car was spotless and that it was so cleaned out and all this stuff. You guys, that is a false narrative. His car was not spotless. But we should be asking ourselves, why weren't you testing anything that came back as being positive for testing positive for blood, the presence of blood? They didn't even bother testing it to this day. But we need to go with this narrative that this car was spotless because he cleaned it and did all this crap. They talk about the footprint outside the house, the size 13, and they just determined that it had nothing to do with that night. It's funny to me. How did you just determine that? How was that ruled out as having anything to do with the crime? Then they talk about the alibi, and again, Dollinger has to get this quote in, which is, he was out stargazing. That's not how that was ever said, but if mainstream media wants to keep pushing that, that's up to them. Ed Jacobson admits in this episode that the DNA on the knife sheath is not enough to convict Bryan Kohberger. And I think that's a bombshell. And it's a bombshell because that's what I've been saying here. And that's why you guys had to muddy up the waters with everything else. And when I say muddy up the waters, you had to railroad this man. Because all you ever had and will have is this DNA on a knife sheath, which Ed Jacobson is saying it's not enough. Juries want this, juries want that, juries want this. You guys know that, don't you? They talk about the Amazon purchases. Alieva is the one that found the visual snow posts and profile. Alieva found that. She talks about that. Brian Enton, in his part in episode 3, when he talks, he wants to use every single fat picture that has ever been found on Bryan Kohberger. When Brian Enton does his little blurb in episode 3. And there's some fat pictures that I've never even seen of Bryan Kohberger that's in there. Netflix, that's why you got to save your goods. And that's why I'm saving all of my goods. Brian Enton's part is also to talk about the fact that Bryan Kohberger was arrested in 2014 because his dad turned him in for something to do with a phone. Again, that was never going to see the inside of a courtroom. But I think that should tell you that his dad has no problem doing the right thing. So if his dad's going to turn him in because he, took his sister's phone and sold it for drugs, right? Don't you think his dad would turn him in if Brian told him on the way home from WSU, hey, I murdered 4 kids? If I was Ann Taylor, I would have let that come in. I wouldn't have tried to keep that out. But I think that they agreed and they stipulated the fact that none of this stuff would come out of the fact that Bryan Kohberger went to rehab, according to Brian Enton. Bryan Kohberger went to rehab between 2013 and 2014. And I have a question about that because of when Bryan Kohberger started DeSales. I have a question about that because of when Bryan Kohberger was at Northampton University. Bryan Kohberger, he never lived on campus, and every time he went to school, college, except WSU, he lived at home, from my understanding. He was a criminal justice, major. He got his master's from DeSales. This is all the parts, okay, for that Brian Enton has in this documentary. Brian Enton is talking about Bryan Kohberger going to rehab and showing all fat pictures of Bryan Kohberger. Then we get to Lily K. Lily K is a classmate, and she said that in class we would all roll our eyes when Bryan Kohberger would raise his hand because he had so many questions, and it was a serial killer class, and just Bryan Kohberger just adored Ramsland because he was so focused on her. Now I've got to tell you guys something. I've taken too many criminal justice classes that I can count, okay? At the University of Cincinnati. And I could not tell you one motherfucker that was in my class. If somebody was to get arrested for this and they said that they went to the University of Cincinnati and they were in my years, okay? I would, now granted, this would have been for this girl, maybe only like a year later, but it depends on when they had this class. still, people that don't say, like, I don't fixate myself on people. Like, this person would have really had to, like, I just still don't even think that I would know, because it would just be so. I think the maybe the one thing that I could say is, oh God, that's the kid that would always raise his hand and ask questions. But what she goes on to say, I thought was really interesting. She went on to say that Bryan Kohberger, it was his way or the highway. It was his way or the highway. And that the way that he would be in the classroom before Rams would walk in, and then how he would just light up when she would walk in the room. And I'm like, how the hell are you paying attention to that unless you're fixated on this dude? You know what I mean? Like, I would have no idea that somebody is lighting up when a teacher is coming in the room. Okay, first of all, I'm flying into the class right when it starts. I don't know, I don't get there 30 minutes before my classes in college and just chill and, like, you know, people watch or some shit. But whatever. She's like, I never saw him at homecoming. I never saw him at a sporting event. I never saw him at a party. I never saw him outside of school. I didn't see anybody that I was in classes with ever once at any parties. Never once. I wasn't, yeah, no. My sophomore year, somebody in my class, when class was over, gave me their phone number. This is the closest thing that I've ever talked to a classmate, and was like, hey, I'm DJing tonight. You and your friend should come up. I said, thanks. That's like, I truly thought about this. I had to, like, pause it, and I was like, what the hell? I would have no freaking clue. But again, I went to the University of Cincinnati, DeSales. I mean, it wasn't like I had like 20 some people in a class, unless you were in a lecture hall, which was like 200. And so that was her portion. She never had a conversation with Bryan. I thought that this girl was going to talk about having conversations with Bryan. Well, I take that back. She said we had one assignment together that was like a group assignment. And that Bryan had his notes and he was just stuck in his way, and that it was going to be like his way or the highway. Well, that's not how group projects work, so please explain that a little bit more. But whatever. That's what we got from her. I'm sure it all happened. Then they go on to talk about what they can prove in court and what they can't. And when they talked about what they can prove in court and what they can't on Netflix, this is where you get Dollinger, Jacobson, and then we close out with Gary motherfucking Jenkins. And I said, oh, hell yes. Hell yes. Gary's in here. Gary agreed to do this. All of us in the family slapped a fucking huge ass lawsuit on their asses. Boom. Talk about just bomb. Gary Jenkins is in here. He comes out at the end of episode 3. That's all there is 1, 2, and 3. Gary Jenkins is on like this. Fuck yeah, Jerry. What do you got to say? Gary Jenkins. Man, what an idiot. What an absolute moron to agree to do this. Gary Jenkins said that Bryan Kohberger was having inappropriate behavior after the homicides. That's what professors and faculty were saying. But there was no like, you know, criminal reports or anything like that. There was nothing like that. It's like, oh, nothing like that, huh? He just had strange behavior. He was mansplaining. The female students, they felt that Kohberger talked down to them. There was faculty problems. And then a bombshell came. And it was, whether it was Ed Jacobson or Anthony Dollinger, one of those two, said that on December 19th, 2022, that WSU terminated Bryan Kohberger and him being a TA. You guys know how important December 19th is, right? So you want to sit here and tell me that on December 19th, the same day that Moscow Police Department is in the evening. In the evening. In the evening is when that name was given on December 19th. That Bryan Kohberger happens to be, well, December 19th, he was terminated at WSU. Big Gare in the house. I said, now that's a bombshell for me. You want to know why that's a bombshell? Produce that. Produce that he was terminated on the 19th. It's a trap either way. Produce that he was terminated on the 19th. Why was he terminated on the 19th? How would WSU know that we need to fucking terminate Bryan Kohberger before y'all say his name? I mean, what? Anyways, crazy. Then Ed Jacobson has the last part. Oh, I should say the second to last part, because Olivia's parts at the end were bomb. And Ed Jacobson tries to bring up incel. And Ed Jacobson has to swallow his spit. And Ed Jacobson says, I'm going to give you guys this narrative about what an incel is. But he's like, we never saw any evidence that Bryan Kohberger was an incel. But Bryan Kohberger is really good at hiding his online activity. He's very careful. He cleans stuff. He wipes his phones. Very little info was on his phones. And then, boom, the Barnharts walk in. And the Barnharts talk. He's saying, I can't put him in any chat rooms. I can't put him, like, talking about being an incel. So he's like, so big old, it goes from Gary Jenkins to then Ed Jacobson. And Ed Jacobson has to swallow his spit and say that there never saw evidence that Bryan Kohberger was an incel. But he's really good at cleaning his devices. And he talks about how they looked at 2 pieces of devices really, really thoroughly, they said. And it was his computer and his, phone. So then we bring in the Cellbrite people. And the Barnharts said that they were contacted in March of 2023. They were called up. And now, what's her name? The female, I forgot her first name right now. She's like, I volunteered. And so I'm curious if they were paid. When she said, I volunteered, because a volunteer doesn't get paid. But when she got the call up on March 2023, volunteered, phone and laptop, find connections to the victims, no chatting, little apps were on his phone. He had 18 contacts. He used incognito browsing. Guess what? Everybody that goes on YouTube uses incognito browsing because they want to see who's blocked them from the live chats. Don't even get me started with incognito browsing. Are you out? Like, people do it here at YouTube. People do it when they're buying things all the time. But we want to talk about incognito browsing. You know how many people go incognito when they want to do and go into YouTube and look at people's chats? Because guess what? You can see who's all in the chat. And when you can't see them, when you're in on your own name, then you know that person blocked your ass. You guys want me to teach you about this shit? I will. But this is wild. Talk about incognito browsing. Okay, so then we get a glimpse at, they say this is Bryan Kohberger's phone or his web history. Browsing history. And the stuff that's in it that's recent is stuff about serial killers and federal wiretapping. Federal wiretapping. He's talking about wiretapping. And they're over here saying that he was paranoid and all this stuff. Which maybe he was. I have no idea, right? But why is he talking about federal wiretapping? Why not just wiretapping Pennsylvania, wiretapping Washington? Federal wiretapping was really interesting to me. If you guys even knew what the fuck I Googled, maybe one day I will ask one of these expert friends that I know that can like download my phone. And I'll make them sign an NDA. And I'm just going to say, here, I want you to go ahead and do this so that I can use portions of it for my channel. And I want to show that if something ever happened, look at what I would be look at how somebody could use this against me. If something ever happened to somebody that like I loved. Oh my God, look at this crazy bitch. Look at what she's looking up, you know? But Dollinger says that there was evidence of premeditation. Dollinger. And it's like, what are you talking about? You guys came out and talked about the fact that you could never put Bryan Kohberger with any of these victims and vice versa, and there just was nothing. We can't even put him in the house. We can't even put him in the damn house. He said there was deliberate acts, like your phone was on, then you turned it off at 100% battery. At 3:30 a.m., that's when Ed Jacobson reappears, and he's like, at 3:30 a.m., and see, I love what I'm going to do with Ed Jacobson and that Netflix doc and how I'm going to use it in my doc. Because it's so good. Because it's so good how I'm going to be using it to show what they did in the Dan Moore case and how everything was selective to the point that you removed so many important cars that were actually part of the crime. You removed them in 2020 and you did it again here. And I'm going to show a pattern of behavior with the local task force in Coeur d'Alene that works with the Idaho State Police there in District, well, I don't know if it's 1 or 2. And I'm going to show that they use the exact same tactics in 2020 that they then employed in 2022 in this murder. And I got myself a deal. Bombshell. Can you believe that? Somebody actually wants to produce my shit? Whew! Wow. Like, let's roll. They come out in this episode and say that Maddie was stabbed first. Maddie was stabbed first. That Kaylee wakes up and Bryan starts stabbing her. Then Bryan chased Xana down into her room. And then this is where the wheels fall off for me. The wheels fall off for me when Ed Jacobson then says he gets to Xana's room, and before he does whatever to Xana, he stabs Ethan, and then he goes right back to Xana. And that's the part that Brent Turvey is like, you think that Xana just stood there and watched this man, this masked man with a knife attacking her boyfriend? So you think that she just stood there and watched? And that's why Brent Turvey is saying the evidence that is there is that Ethan and Xana were attacked at the same time. Because you can't imagine that Xana would just stand there while Ethan never left the bed. Because then I thought about it, I was like, well, what if Xana jumped on the killer's back? You know what I mean? Just try to get him off of Ethan, right? So what I mean by that, his feet never left the bed, it's not like he just hit him once or something, okay? Ethan's feet were all clean. There's no blood on them. And that's why I think the crime scene is so important. And so it's like, what I believe is that Bryan Kohberger, if he did it, he didn't do it alone. Because I believe that there's more than one perpetrator. I believe that that's what, and I believe that because of the evidence. I don't just believe that because I woke up one day and I'm like, dude, you know what? This was done by, a gang. No. I believe what my personal take is, and my personal take will change with the evidence. The case is fluid and you provide me with evidence that shows me X, Y, and Z. I'm that type of person. And maybe some people can't do this, but believe it or not, 4 people were killed. And if you think that I want to kill her to walk, you're crazy. But I also want everybody involved because I want to make sure this doesn't happen again. Because if we don't do this the right way and truly see how this all developed, then this is going to repeat itself. This channel is about our rights. This channel is about our constitutional rights. This channel is about transparency. This channel is about everybody is innocent until proven guilty. Unless you want to record yourself committing crimes and then putting them out on the internet, then I think, yeah, we can go ahead and probably let those videos speak for themselves. This channel is about First Amendment. This channel is not, though, about bullying people, or if you reach out to somebody that you want to talk to and they tell you, don't contact me or leave me alone, you listen. For example, yesterday, I reached out to this Nick kid. Nick, the guy that was living at 1106. I found him. I reached out to him. I asked him if he had a comment. And I'm going to share with you what I wrote him. And I'm going to share with you what he wrote me back. He got back to me. I said, "Hey, Nick, do you know if the defense team of Bryan Kohberger ever reached out to you? It's about your interview of hearing a loud vehicle at 4:30 a.m. the night of the murders. Sorry for messaging you. I'm just doing a follow-up story to a book that came out. Thanks for your help." That's how I worded it, just like that. Again, this is the Nick M. kid, and his real last name is Makowicz. And I understand that the police department, they don't know how to spell, and they're too lazy to figure, hey, we have to make sure that we have our police reports accurate. This is how witnesses could potentially fall through the cracks, because you can't find somebody. They were calling Molly McDaniels. Why does Cy Ray think Molly's last name was Molly McDaniels? Has anybody asked themselves that yet? He used that in his, why are people using the wrong last name for Molly? Well, Nick wrote back, and Nick said, "No comment. Please leave me alone." And I said, "Sorry to bother you, and I won't message you again. Have a great night." That's it. He didn't say, "Who the hell are you and what are you talking about?" No, he knows exactly what this is about, and he has no comment. And hey, he said, don't bother him. Do you think I wrote him back and said, "You're protecting murderers and killers and stuff like that"? Or "You're this or you're that," or "You're, No. That's harassing. There is a word that's called harassing. Menacing, harassing, threatening, intimidating. Those are the things that we don't do here. Now, the entire, what's nuts is, in the Netflix, you would think that you have all these people that are willing to do this documentary. You ask the families how they felt about the demolition of that house, and every single family member was pissed, and I love it. They're like, "Why are you wrecking this house?" The Gonsalveses didn't want it wrecked. Jeff didn't want it wrecked down. They said that there's still evidence in that house, and that should have stayed up until there was a trial. Okay? How come they didn't ask anybody to talk about the true reasons of that demolition? And truly how that played out. Why didn't you try to go and get the person that actually owned the house and why he wrote it over to the university? How did that all come about? I would love to hear that interview. That would be enlightening. That doesn't come out. Jeff Cornuto believed that you need to keep the house because there are stains in that house. And that should have stayed up until the end of trial. Christy G did... she said it didn't have to go right then and there. And Christy G says one of the best things. She's like, "You know what? That house was not just the house that my daughter died in. That's the house that my daughter has her last memories in, took her last breath in, was with all of her friends, loving life. They loved that house." And sit back and think about that. And watching that get demolished, I couldn't even imagine. I thought Christy was great in the episodes too. I really, really, really wish I would have seen Maddie's grandma. Darlene, Kaylee's grandma. It was just really nice to... Humanizing. It was just... That's the best part about that documentary. So I am telling you guys, I would watch it. Okay? There are some nuggets in there, but more importantly, there's videos in there that we've never seen before of the victims. And they're having so much fun. Like, these people rocked as humans. They were good fucking people, man. And that's how they deserve to be remembered. They asked all the family about, like, what do you see as justice? And I can't say that, like, any parent wouldn't feel this way. I want him to die. I don't want this person living. He gets to wake up every day and take a breath. Kaylee and the rest of the kids, they don't get to do that. People saying that doesn't make them, like, they're just being honest. And I think it's great that they said that. Somebody killed your kid, you know? Bill Thompson and his team continued to push the lie at the end of the episode 3. And they continued to push the lie, which was that the defense came to the state with the plea deal. That's not true. Ed Jacobson refused to talk about the leak of Dateline. I would have been asking about that. That doesn't come up. Ed Jacobson said that once the defense lost on all their ways to try to keep our hard evidence out, to get it excluded, our hard evidence, he said, then that's when the defense came to the state. Ed Jacobson's pushing that narrative. Ed Jacobson's wrong. Ed Jacobson's wrong. And whether he was lied to by the people that he works for, and he's just a yes man, so he just repeats that shit. But Olivia had some awesome things to say at the end of that documentary, which is talking about who paid the price. She said, everybody paid the price. Ethan paid the price. Kaylee paid the price. Maddie paid the price. Xana paid the price. She said, you know who didn't pay the price? The prosecution. The prosecution needs to pay the price. The prosecution going with a plea deal? Are you kidding me? They can now even say that all the citizens paid the price. $8 million price tag. Plea deal. Olivia then goes on and she says, the prosecutors gave him the power. He took everything away from all the victims. And then here the prosecution gives Bryan Kohberger back the power. And now he has all the power. And she is right. When and how that plea, everything about the plea. Everybody paid the price. And what did the prosecution do? Pussy. Pussyville. Bill Thompson. And now the kids and young adults, they're continuing to pay the price. And now the family's continuing to pay the price of the prosecution and the law enforcement agencies sucking, not being able to do their job, or you can say because they needed to cover up for something. Because who doesn't... Jeff Kernoodle said, we never even expected them to a plea deal because that they would never give him one. That's why the plea deal was never, a plea deal. Like, you guys want to give this man a plea deal? Like, that doesn't make any sense, right? And that's how his brain was thinking, and I loved it. Like, even if he came to one, why would you guys ever give him one? And I liked hearing from Jasmine Kernodle. She said, that this was just going to be another emotional. She thought that they were getting spared from potentially just more emotional trauma, and that she wants to try to heal and rebuild and, live their life the way that her sister would want them to live. And the families came out and they said, Bryan Kohberger never had to say their names. He just had to say yes. He didn't have to say their names. He didn't have to say why. He didn't have to say anything other than just standing up and saying yes. According to Ed Jacobson, the motive, families went, the motive, the truth, blah, blah, blah. They're just never going to get that. What do you mean they're never going to get that? You can't give them the truth in a trial? And that means you have no truth to give. That means your investigation has little to nothing. And so in my notes here, I said, shut the fuck up, Ed. I can't even write any more about what this man's spewing. Then we get to Anthony Dollinger at the end, and he said, when asked about the, Anthony Dollinger really opens up here, and he said that everybody that was there that morning on November 13th struggled from, once you see stuff like that, you can never unsee it. And I probably, would have to agree with him on that, right? I would hope that would never leave you, walking into that home and seeing that. I would think that that's something that's never going to leave you. I think that it would be something that would definitely change you. And then he said he had to get professional help. And I commend him for going on Netflix and saying that. And I hope that he's doing a lot better. But I wouldn't be me if I also didn't say that when stuff like that happens, it could affect the way that you would perform your work. So, when if something, but I commend him for saying that. Anthony Dollinger believes that Bryan Kohberger did get a death sentence because he is set to die in prison. He will take his last breath in prison. He does have a death sentence. He will die in prison. And then Brian Nenton comes on and talks about the sentencing and that all the families were there supporting each other. And it was really nice to see. And then he talked about how the Chapins decided to not go, and they supported, Ethan in a different way and wanted to remember him on the lake. And so they went, they didn't come to the sentencing. Just like I said, I believe that this documentary started and it had a different expectation at first because the G's had a camera crew following them. And that started to begin when it was word that there was going to be a trial, right? And so let's gear up for this. And it was going to document them, I think, throughout the whole trial. And it was going to document, all the days in there, the different things that was coming out in court, and then them probably talking about it, stuff like that to make a documentary that they were making. But that didn't happen because there wasn't any court, right? There was no trial. So that's why the path of this Netflix that they were planning on, I think it was going to be a completely different type of and you could see the different stages because of what somebody looked like in one of the episodes and then what they looked like in episode 3. So you could tell that definitely time had passed. Okay. And so I think that it would have been a phenomenal documentary to document everything that was going on through that trial and to truly show what families go through when stuff like that happens. And just for the record, guys, you get paid zero money when you do documentaries. You don't get any money. Do you understand that? They do not pay you. They do not pay you anything. In fact, you have to sign away like your life, basically. Unless you want to work a deal with, like, you may have some editorial say. But what happens is the streaming services that buy the product, that comes afterwards. You're dealing with a production company that's filming and doing the editing and all that stuff, and then they go out afterwards and then they try to sell to one of these streaming people that product. So anybody that's talking about here like they did this for money, you're fucking wrong. Because I know how it works. And so I just need to put that out there. There's no money being capitalized on that. The episode and the production ends with Xana doing a backflip, but they cut it off right before she's about to land it. and Olivia saying right before that I'm proud of what I did and said at the sentencing, reclaiming the power and the control that the prosecution gave up. So I personally here, you know what I think is great? Produce the receipts. When someone says, Lan, I know for a fact that the G's got paid from Netflix. They got down payments and the rest be paid after the trial. Prove the receipts. I put that out there. That means nothing to me. That means nothing to me. How they pay people in documentaries is they pay for your travel. They pay for your hotels. If you have to travel place because you have to film and stuff like that. If they come to you and they're not going to expose your house or whatever, they'll get a staging house and stuff like that. Okay. All right, now that's first part of the Netflix Cliff Notes. Okay. Now, one of the nuggets you need to take away from this is that Cooper Atkinson talks about the fact that he's the one that went over and basically woke up Hunter Chapin to tell him that there was something wrong. Okay. So Cooper goes over to wake up Hunter Chapin. The nugget that Cooper says in there is that when he goes over there to say, hey, there's something wrong, if you talk to Ethan and Xana, blah, blah, he then says that Hunter then got on tried to call. I thought Hunter didn't have his phone. So that comes out in, I immediately paused. And so, immediately pressed pause. I said, okay, wait, he doesn't have his phone. So who called, what do you mean he's waking up and calling somebody? Remember, Hunter Chapin doesn't have a phone. It's not working. It's never surfaced. So I put a little star next to that. Cooper said he went home the next day, and everybody was. Peter went to the formal with everybody. They have all the pictures and stuff from the formal. And I thought they were going to do a good recounting of, the steps of what happened that night. And they stopped right after the formal. Peter talks about that formal night was one of the best. It was so fun. It was one of the best. It was his best night ever. He said it was the most fun night I've ever had. Talking about the night of the formal. Now, unless he's talking about the Friday night before, the Saturday night. But how I understood it in that episode was it was the formal that they all went to where Ethan was his sister's date. And Xana didn't go. She stayed back and was doing whatever. And then there was no talks, nothing about the Sigma Chi party. There's no talks about what happened after that, nothing. There's no talks about when anybody last saw Ethan and Xana, that they walked home to the house, like what time they truly got home. Jack D goes to Christy and Steve's house the day after. Christy's like, what happened? What's going on? Like, tell us. Like, where was she? Who was she with? And Jack D says the only thing that he could remember and told was that DM was at the police department. And she was like, he overheard DM. It sounded like she was talking to like one of her parents and telling her mom or her dad about a masked man. And that's when Kaylee's mom was like, an intruder? What? There was an intruder? What do you mean a masked man? And he's like, I don't know. That's just what I heard her over. Like, she was talking to, and this was at the police department. Christy was very specific, and she said, at the police department, he overheard this because, you know, they're waiting to talk in that room. And that Dylan, he heard, and then Dylan was on the phone saying, and he just assumed that he was talking to one of her parents. Well, think about this. Remember when Dylan says to her dad in a text, yeah, 2 p.m.'s better. You know, call at 2 or whatever. That would line up perfectly right around that time frame of calling at 2. Her dad. And Dylan potentially talking to her dad on the phone. But that's, so, the parents were told 48 hours after, basically, that's how they found out, because there was rumors going around that it was fentanyl, and then a stabbing. But the first phone call, obviously, that came out was that Kaylee got shot up at a party, like with a gun. 48 hours later, after they were told, is when they got official word of that they were stabbed. And Mobette said that Kaylee and Maddie were in the same bed and that a 7-inch weapon was used. Okay. So, in the episode number 1, they come out and they give a confirmed number of 22 FBI agents were on this case. 22. We only hear about maybe like 6 or 7 names. I'm curious of who these other people are. Okay. Now, everybody's losing their minds over who's going to rep Bryan Kohberger, which right now we have no idea, but it is a fact. Hitler is granting Bryan Kohberger to be able to have representation. And so everyone's waiting for that. Now, this morning, yesterday, I'm not going to go into detail right now. There's always a time and a place to say things and do things. But obviously Cy-Ray has been granting interviews, right? But they've been with certain people. And the people that they've been with since doing the Custody Queens, it's been with people that, for example, Brian Enton here. Okay, that's Steve's person. Okay, Steve set that up. Remember, I said, I was like, hey, if I was going to do this, I'd have Steve and Cy on the same panel. And then I said, you guys need to talk to somebody that knows the case. Okay, I know the case better than anybody. Like, there's no doubt about it. Okay? I'll have both of you guys on, because if there's things that you think that Cy has, and the big thing do the timing advance records exist? You know, do the timing advance records exist? So, needless to say, we went over it yesterday. Jesse Weber did a clip. And there was everything that was said. I broke it on down, went to the report and said, here's what the report says. Okay. Now, I have not seen any, because I waited for this, I have not watched and seen anything that Bryan Enton had done. Whatever that interview is, I have not seen it. I was doing other things, preparing for my shows, making my phone calls, doing FOIA requests, doing public requests, because I am on the hunt to get a piece of information that I think exists, and I think that it meets the Public Requirement Act. It's by law, by the statute, it's public record. And so I am trying to seek out. So that's what I was doing yesterday. And then last night, I made all of my notes to be able to give you guys the Netflix Cliff Notes. Okay. So here we go.
An expert on the cell phone data, among other things. And he's going to drop 2 bombshells in this episode, and he's going to explain why he believes these things. First of all, based on the cell phone data, he believes that Bryan Kohberger was inside the house at 1122 King Road, the house where Kaylee, Xana, Maddie, and Ethan lived, that he was inside the house and possibly inside the living room before the murders, like on other days, that he had been in that house before, which I had never heard. He also, and he says he has the data to back that up. He also is going to explain why he believes that Maddie Mogen, was Bryan.
Okay. As we're getting into this, Bryan Enton just said he has the evidence to back that up. If that evidence does not get shown in this episode, what the fuck? Now, Cy Ray is not deaf, dumb, or blind, okay? He is well aware that Bryan Kohberger just announced that he is petitioning the courts, okay? He's petitioned the courts. He's also not deaf, dumb, and blind to know that Bryan Kohberger was on a timetable, okay? I asked Cy, and he gave me his word that he was coming on my platform to talk about when he was allowed to talk about the case, his report, things like that. And there was 2 things as to why he could not come out and do anything. 2 reasons that we had to wait, because A, there was a criminal leak investigation. That's number 1. And then number 2, he was in an NDA with Ann Taylor. And he's like, I have to be really careful because I'm in an NDA and there's this criminal investigation into this leak. And I'm like, I want no part of any of that shit. Okay? And we're going to come back. And so it was like, okay, well, when you're able to, obviously, like, we're not doing it. I don't want any part of that. And I try to do things by the book. And I can also use my brain to, hey, well, can we do it like this or that, whatever. It's like, when the time is right and you can do it, we're going to do it. Right? Yes. And I also knew that he was writing a book. I knew he was writing a book a long time ago. But it was going to be a little bit different of a book because it was teaching. A textbook. Okay? And I'll stop there.
Bryan Kohberger's target. And again, he says that is based on evidence from cell phone data from Bryan Kohberger and also from the victim's cell phones. And he essentially tracked Bryan Kohberger and Madison Mogen to the same locations several times, he says, before the murders. Again, something I didn't know. So he's going to explain that. But when I said that this was a unique episode, it's because Steve Gonzalez, who is Kaylee Gonzalez's dad, Kaylee is one of the victims, and Kaylee's sister, Olivia, wanted to talk to Cy, who is one of the defense experts again. So it's kind of a unique situation. And they are going to do that in this podcast. And I'm really going to let them ask a lot of the questions that they have. And Cy agreed to do this because he wanted to answer their questions. And you'll see, he believes that Bryan Kohberger is guilty, but he has a lot of issues with the way the investigation was handled. So there's a...
Okay, right there. Bryan Enton said it best right there by saying what Cy Ray believes, it doesn't fucking matter what Cy Ray believes. Cy Ray's opinion of Bryan Kohberger's guilt or innocence started way before he was ever involved in this case. Cy Ray believed that Bryan Kohberger was guilty because Cy Ray's a cop. He's a law enforcement dude, right? And they arrested this man. They wouldn't be just arresting anybody. He believed he was guilty day one. He believes he is guilty today, no different than he believed he was guilty back then. Okay? What Cy Ray believes doesn't matter. It's what Cy Ray can prove.
Lot to this. It's a long podcast, but it's filled with new information from an insider who was working on the case on the inside and has really unique information and data to back it up that I hadn't heard before. So I'm going to get into all of it. Again, it's a long convo, but I think you guys will find it interesting, especially in light of everything going on with Bryan Kohberger now saying that he's innocent. So I want you guys to hear the whole thing in this episode of Bryan Enton Investigates.
What do you mean he's now saying that he's innocent? He's always maintained his innocence. He took a plea deal. When you take a plea deal in America, everybody has to say that they did it in order to get a plea deal.
Cy, it's nice to see you, Steve. Thank you for being here as always. And I know Olivia's going to join us in a little bit. She's dealing with the baby. But I wanted to continue this conversation from the time you just had on News Nation. And I know, Steve, that you and Olivia wanted an opportunity to be able to talk to Cy about some of the information that he has since he was a defense witness for Bryan Kohberger. I just wanted to ask one question before.
Okay. So the first thing I want to say is that they've already talked. Why are you out to the world and doing this on live in public? Think about this. My question would be is why do you want to do this publicly? If Steve has some questions and wants some answers, right? Why do you guys think that Steve and Cy Ray haven't talked prior to this? That's my first question to ask you guys. Do you think that this is the first time Steve and Cy have talked? That's question number one that you need to ask yourselves. Question number two is why now? Why on Bryan Enton? Why not on Custody Queens? If you guys think that Cy Ray and Steve Gonzalez have not talked prior to this right here, you're a fool.
Before I throw it over to Steve, though, and it kind of plays off some of what you said on News Nation, Cy. You talked about Bryan Kohberger potentially being at the house before. Can you elaborate on that a little more? I mean, are you able to, and I know it's not exact, but are you able to say whether he was actually inside the house?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be a little bit more responsive on these questions and drag it out a little bit. So if I'm going on and on, stop me.
Yeah, you can do that on this. We have unlimited time, so feel free.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 100%, like I'll make myself available to the family, by the way, 24/7. Like if you guys have follow-up questions going forward, by all means. When I heard that you guys wanted to have this conversation, I actually, it meant a lot to me. And I was like, oh, finally, I can talk to the victim's family because I spent my...
Wow. Okay. Wow. Oh my God. Wait a second. What? Dude, holy shit. Could I have a field day right now? Oh my God. With what I have. I'm just gonna
entire career advocating for victims' families. I just have follow-up questions going forward. By stop me.
Yeah, you can do that on this. We have unlimited time, so feel free.
Thankfully.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 100%, like I'll make myself available to the family, by the way, 24/7. Like if you guys have follow-up questions going forward, by all means. When I heard that you guys wanted to have this conversation, I actually, it meant a lot to me. And I was like, oh, finally, I can talk to the victim's family, because I spent my entire career advocating for victims' families. I've done a lot of stuff with parents of murdered children. And, this is a very hard place that it started out trying to be at. And I really appreciate you guys reaching out. And anytime you have questions, I'll give you my direct number. By all means, feel free. You guys can hit me up anytime.
Thank you.
But what I want to cover on that piece is, when we start looking at the house itself, there's a couple different things we can look at. AT&T has a very specific report, and it's called LOCDBOR. And I know it sounds like a silly word. It's LOCDBOR, LOCDBOR. It's Location Database of Record. This will include estimated latitude and longitudes, and they range from 25 meters out to 3,000, 30,000 meters, so they can get very big. Historically, there's accuracy issues with this report. So if you just take all the data and you throw it on the map and you think that's accurate, you're going to have a lot of problems. A really good example in this case is there's a time when Bryan goes up to Seattle and one of his LOCDBOR hits shows him in New Orleans. So that gives you an idea of the accuracy issues. There's two factors, and like I said, I'm going to pile on a lot of data for you guys. The next thing that comes into play is the actual handset, the phone itself. iPhone actually restricts a lot of third-party apps and even the mobile carrier to some points of getting precise location data, which a lot of people don't realize. If I try to ping a phone, that phone ping can actually be screwed up by Apple itself. To instead of getting this nice, neat little GPS, I get this 5,000 meter GPS range, and you can be anywhere in that 5,000 meters. Samsung, on the other hand, is a very chatty phone. It's preloaded with all kinds of silly apps and ridiculous monitoring. If anybody's ever had a Samsung, when you first power that thing up, like there's 100 apps on that thing. It's good for law enforcement because when we get a phone that's a Samsung phone, it's typically very chatty on the network. We're going to see a lot more connectivity. Samsung's also unique that if I do certain things with certain apps that require location data, such as GPS or navigation, that accuracy from the 3,000 or the 5,000 meter ranges come down to 25 meters. And in this particular case, if you look at those precise measurements, there's probably 5 that land directly on what would be the living room of the house. Like the latitude, longitude is the physical house itself. And, if you put the house back on the map and you map those, the hits are inside the house. Now,
I'm going to let you keep explaining. I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So, because I haven't heard this before. So you're saying based on the data you saw, the latitude, longitude for Bryan Kohberger's Samsung was in the living room?
The AT&T derived latitude longitude from the AT&T's network that it estimates a location, it lands in the house. And it's a 25 meter range. So, we're talking 75 feet. So it could be anywhere in the house on any floor. It could technically be outside the house. It could be on the property. But it's showing.
There you go. It technically could be outside the house too. Let me tell you guys something. That means it technically could be everybody that has AT&T. Who had AT&T in this case? It means when their phones would look like it could be at the house, it could be technically 75. It could be outside the house. So are we talking about the victims here? Their cell phones too? If it shows that they're at the house, that it could technically be not inside the house too, right? So right there, to say that he's over here saying that it's in the living room. Okay, this is no different than, Ian Whiffen talking about John's, radius and having like your circumference, your circle here, and saying that it could be anywhere in this radius. Okay, 75 feet. So I don't understand why. And also, let me back up. It is the area back there, it was hard to get readings of stuff. Okay. When Cyray went there in 2023 to do like drive tests, Ann Taylor's the only person that knows this. Ann Taylor's the only person that knows where Cyray went in order to get data. But there was 2 major places that weren't mapped by the FBI when they were doing their drive tests, which was the crime scene. And from my understanding, it's because of the buildings around it, how it sits up, and that it's not accurate. That it doesn't. So I want to hear more about this because it was explained that because of that area back there, the accuracy is questionable.
Immediate area. My personal opinion is when I look at those and I map what's happening before and after, and I'm looking at all the other evidence, I think these are accurate locations. You know, that's, and to Steve's point earlier, this is why court, I think, is so critical for this case. That's an argument to be had in front of the jury where the defense would come in and say, hey, you can't reliably say this, and the prosecution would say, here's why. When done right, I feel that they're reliable.
So when you
See, exactly what I just said. They'd be no different than what you guys saw in the John O'Keefe Karen Reed case. Okay? And he said, I think that they're accurate. Well, why didn't the state use this if it's accurate?
say accurate locations, you mean you believe, based on your expertise, that he was inside the house on previous occasions?
So I'll qualify a handful of things tonight. And again, Steve, any questions that later on, by all means, hit me up. I'm more than happy to pour over anything you want to. One of the things the defense did with me early on in this case is they got outside of the geolocation data and they said, hey, as a former homicide cop, as a homicide sergeant, as a supervisor that supervises these type of investigations, we're interested in anything you can find. And they poured tons of data over. Why that's important too is it's not just the phone stuff. There's a lot.
See, right there, that's called consulting. Now, so the question is Ann Taylor's listening to this, so she'd mark a timestamp here. And the question is did Ann Taylor do this, right? And this is a consulting role. So make a little note here that this is a consulting role. Anything that you don't, now think about this. Anything that you can tell us. You think Ann Taylor just like, Ann Taylor is a very controlling type of, like, she's running everything. She's keeping everybody in their lanes. She doesn't know Cyree from anything, right? Because she didn't call Cyree. Cyree was, we all know that story on how this all happened. So here, that's a question that Ann Taylor only knows the answer to. But it's a consulting role. So are you coming in here as an expert to go with the cast stuff? Like, when did that begin? When did this consulting role begin?
A lot of stuff inside the crime scene and things that I've reviewed in the crime scene. I 100% believe that the offender, who is Bryan Kohberger, like there's no alternative theory in my head at this point. He's been in the house before. I think there's absolutely no doubt he was familiar with the basic layout of the house. I'm not saying he was intimately familiar with the entire house, but he had a working knowledge of the house. The house is laid out very weird. I've been through the house. The path that was taken, what we see is what occurred in the house, him coming and going from the neighborhood. There's prior knowledge. There's no doubt in my mind that there's prior knowledge. So that also helps support some of this. One thing I want to kind of circle back to, Bryan, and Steve, you'll find this in my report. And it took me weeks to get the defense to allow me to put this in my report. They didn't want me to put it in there. There are third-party databases that.
It took me weeks to get the defense. Remember what I was talking to you guys yesterday about? Go and check page this of the report. He's wording it a certain way. Yada, yada, yada. What does he come and say in this interview? There's a portion of his report, and that's when I was telling you guys, this is how experts will word stuff. And what it's doing is it's opening the door. If you have somebody that's smart and knows what they're doing, okay? But why does he want the defense? Why did you want this in your report? And why was the defense fighting you in it? Okay?
That collect what is called MAID ID, so mobile advertiser ID. And you guys have all experienced this where you've searched for, I don't know, a pair of shoes. You've Googled a new pair of shoes you think you wanted, and then 2 days later, you're surfing the internet and some ads are popping up for those shoes. That's based on your mobile advertiser ID. It's a unique number, but there's third-party databases that collect that. And typically when they're collecting that type of information, it gets a latitude, longitude stamp with a timestamp. So we can actually see. Law enforcement can access those databases. You have to have a search warrant. There's a process to go through. In my report, what you'll find is it's towards the very end of it. I actually lay out that, hey, there's more than reasonable suspicion here to believe that this phone has been inside the residence or very close to the residence on these dates. typical criminal investigation, we would go look at these third-party databases, pull all the mobile advertiser ID data from those dates. Forget the 13th. His phone is off. We're never going to get his phone in or near the house on the 13th, and that's where all the focus was. But if we go back to pattern of life and we pull these other dates.
Okay, so my question would be this is why wasn't Cy-Ray used? Yeah, this is unprecedented. Okay. He is talking about client attorney. Well, first of all, he's talking about whatever him and Ann Taylor talked about. And this goes back to like what I wasn't allowed to do yet is have him on the channel because he wasn't released from his NDA. So, and I was like, I'm not going to have you on if you're in an NDA. I want no part of that. And then you're also being investigated. You're being investigated for the criminal leak. Are you kidding me? I don't want to be involved in any of that. Idaho's fucking crazy. No thanks. So do you guys think for a second that Cy-Ray is not still in his NDA? Because he is. So I have my standards. My standards are never going to change. Could I be probably having this episode aired on my channel? There's not a doubt in my mind that this would have happened on my channel. But I'm ethical. Believe it or not, even though I cussing has nothing to do with ethics. My morals and values, it's all there. What's occurring here is unprecedented. Unprecedented. And the question is why? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Why did you author a 50-some page report? Why did you want to be in on this case? Well, I was told that why. The FBI has been railroading people with cast, fudging the cast reports, fudging all of what the cast is saying, and then people are going and testifying, and people are purposefully testifying to, well, even if it doesn't even get that far, because you're railroading people with making up evidence that isn't really there, and then you're railroading a defendant, and you're getting then what, plea deals? I was told this needed to stop. I was told that everything with cast and what people are doing with it needs to stop. Exposing what was done in this case, and it's not the first time, and that this would then have a domino effect to be able to have it stop. Like, you're not going to do things this way. And I have
leading up to the crime, I feel incredibly confident that they're going to get precise GPS. Now I'm talking 3 meters. So now we're talking less than 10 feet at, around, and very close to the house on those different occasions. The idea that I put this in my report and said, this is the kind of follow-up I would expect to have, and nobody ever, I fully expected as soon as I dropped that report that January, that by February, March, we were going to see discovery on this new data. They didn't even look at it. They didn't even bother with it. It's incredible.
Cy, why do you think? Cy, you're not the only one that does this. They all do it. That's been my question. Cy, why do you think that they weren't, what else is there? What other devices are going to be with Bryan Kohberger? who's Bryan Kohberger been meeting up with like burner phones and shit? Why wouldn't they do any of this? Like, think. He's like, when I drop this, drop what? They have to then provide, it was sealed. Like, all of these reports were sealed reports. So, like, my follow-up question to that is, okay, well, they filed your report under seal, so who got to see that? Well, the other opposing side, the prosecutors, okay, then who else would get to see it if it's sealed?
If they looked at it, they wouldn't have understood it. We heard that in court when they were talking about a JSON file and how you can edit it and how like that was some kind of weird anomaly. It's like, that's what the file's for. That's what you use it for. I mean, it was very confusing to the audience, but the lack of knowledge inside that courtroom at certain times was very frustrating to me. And, I mean, I wouldn't hire my own people. I would Shadow Dragon. I've said it multiple times. They have OS lint. They were like, Steve, the same emails they're using in this court case are the same emails we're tracking back to your children. But we're not doing it for free. They weren't like a Cyray. They're like, I think there was a 30K. Don't quote me on that, but I that's what my mind wants to tell me. It was like a 30K. And they said, we're not giving it up on a case this big. We keep doing, because we're highly in demand. We're not going to take a case this big and not get stiffed with the payment. We're not making that message. But they literally said, we can literally tell you that he's been connected to these people through his fingerprint of his emails and the things that he was doing online. It's a whole science that they have out there, and touch points, and they put it all together. He was very confident, and he said they're refusing to give me any money. They want to do it for free. And to that point, the Cellbrite, the Barnharts ended up didn't have to do it, but they did it for free, just like Cyber. So there was these decisions being made, not over the right decision. It was, I don't know what it was, but evidence was being missed in a case that the world was watching, and we can do better. We can learn from our mistakes, and we can do better, and that's why we're here right now.
And, you know, Steve, if you think about it, let's push that price up to 50K. When you look at the amount of money that was spent on this investigation and bang for the buck, spend the 50K. It's probably the best that you're going to spend on this case, because it's going to show that I think those concrete connections. I do have a question. I think you guys might be interested in this. I believe that the girls went to the A&W. There's a little A&W and a little store.
I know exactly. Yeah, right down the street.
I think this was a pretty routine thing that they hit on a regular basis. And I'm really curious to some of the background there. But one thing that I've always said is missing, and it's really bothered me. Has anybody ever approached you guys on what's called VICAP? Have you ever heard that word VICAP? Or it's been...
I have. You know what VICAP is, right? VICAP is where the FBI, the BAU girl or guy, whoever wrote up the report, it's the unsigned report. It was in a VICAP. That's where the unsigned report comes in about torturing these victims. Whoever killed these victims, this was a ritualistic in nature, and that these victims were tortured. Okay? That came from a VICAP packet from the FBI.
Basically a history of the victims, to everything of where they shop, if they order pizza, where they order pizza. Has anybody ever approached you in this investigation to try to
closest we got to they were scared once I hired a lawyer. They just stopped talking to me, and my lawyer said they'll answer questions, but to the point of they're not going to be witnesses, because they didn't want the gag order to fall over. I told my lawyer, I want the ability to speak on behalf of my child. If anything.
Also, Ethan Chapin had an apartment that was right over there. the 76 A&W. Okay, I've been to Moscow. I've been actually in there. We got gas there. I got some snacks there. Okay, right behind that, that's where Ethan's apartment was.
Comes to the point where they're going to put a gag on me, then they can't talk to me. And I had nothing to hide. It was just, you're not going to control.
Also, if Cyree is saying that he never saw a VICAP in this case, then he never saw that unsigned FBI report about what the FBI said about the crime scene.
Control me like an asset. I'm going to speak on my daughter's behalf, or I'm going to jail, one or the other. So, yeah, we never got there. We got to the passwords. We got to usernames. They hit Olivia up. Olivia got into the cloud ID. Like, Olivia hacked. It's fake. Like, we know the passwords.
I knew my sister's password on her Apple device, but it was two-factor authentication. So it would send a code to her device, and they wouldn't. And still to this day, they've not handed over her phone because they say that they can't get into it. But regarding VICAP, and I apologize if I got that wrong, no, we've never ever heard that. We've never been familiar with that at all.
You would remember it's about almost 300 questions, and it's a deep dive in any information. And this has nothing to do with the gag order. There's no reason they wouldn't do that. The reason I'm asking is there's certain things that would come out in their normal pattern. Like, hey, if they ran to the...
If Cyree read the reports of his expert witnesses that he was alongside with, he would know that VICAP was in the discovery because Barb Wolf writes a report, and it's in her report about it. And she has an opinion that, and it's about the wounds, the signature wounds on Kaylee and Maddie. Okay. Unbelievable. This is just unbelievable.
Convenience store. What convenience store would they run to? Is it kind of, they met friends or everybody was going, is there a place that they would converge? And this, we're getting back into the reliability of the GPS. So I don't want to get too far on a branch saying I know this happened, but there are multiple times that the device, Kohberger's device, is in the area of the house, and then it moves to the parking lot of that A&W root beer. At the same time, multiple residents of the house go to the A&W root beer. So there's time of it was going, is there a place that they would converge? And this, we're getting back into the reliability of the GPS. So I don't want to get too far on a branch saying I know this happened, but there are multiple times that the device, Kohberger's device, is in the area of the house, and then it moves to the parking lot of that A&W root beer. At the same time, multiple residents of the house go to the A&W root beer.
Okay, well, we're able to eliminate some of the people that it wouldn't track. So, Maddie, Xana, Dylan. Okay.
So there's times where I can actually see that, and that to me, that's what we call a collision. It's one thing to have two devices in a general area, but when we see the two devices track together to a point and then track back, that's incredibly telling. So, the idea that nobody has come back to you guys.
You guys, this is why isn't this in his report? Sunset Mart, 1331. Sunset Mart. A&W, 76, Sunset Mart, all the same thing. Where is this in the report? Because what he did is he's like, It's not in their report. And I only went through each slide that Nick Balance presented, and then I just totally showed how, you totally showed what? That they have the wrong times, but what? On all the 23 times that Nick Balance is talking about, you're over here debunking it so let me get this straight. He got all of that wrong, but there are times that he could have gotten it right that he just didn't see. But here's Brian Enton, who doesn't understand anything, who he doesn't know what is going on. Brian Enton is look at his face. He just has no clue. You would ask this question. So when you say that Brian, when you're talking about his report, let's talk about those 23 times that you're going through the slides and saying, and blowing up what Nick Balance is saying. And these are the things that you said, just like I did yesterday.
And said, hey, let's talk about the A&W or some of the other friends. It's just mind-blowing to me. So I can't agree with you enough. It needs to be changed. That's why I took this case. I'm hoping in any pain and trauma that I've caused you guys, I can't apologize. And I my sincerest respect and condolences on this thing. I couldn't imagine being in your guys' situation, having to go through this. And now it coming full circle back. But at the same time, when I first looked at this case, my initial thought was this can never be the standard investigation that we see on cases like this. This can never be acceptable. Brian and I were talking.
Why are you not asking this? Why do you think that they had to do this? This isn't the standard. That's the thing, Sai. This isn't the standard. This is not how they go about things. Why in this case did they have to do it this way? If this was the standard in all cases, you guys, everybody would be getting out of prison. Because every single day everybody's rights would be violated. Okay? Because you're just lying in a probable cause, and it's eventually going to go through appeal, and you could see, well, I have no idea how this evidence was ever admissible. These people plainly lied in an 18-page probable cause affidavit, a living document that everybody was a part of. That's why I love my chat. Right here. This is why I took the case. Yesterday he said he was pulled into it. He was sucked in. Yeah, and it's had to do with the cast. What he's talking about right now has nothing to do with cast. What happened in this case, that's why where's Tom Slavinsky? That's who should be talking, because Tom Slavinsky is the one that found all this. Tom Slavinsky could not believe what he found. So much so that he wanted to make sure that he did not lose his mind. Because we're talking about Nick Balance and the FBI people changing the coverage areas. Making these coverage areas way smaller than they actually are. We're talking about messing with maps. And so that's the type of stuff that we're talking about, knowing that there's these handoffs that purposely didn't get mapped, because guess what? You're not going to be able to move a white car and a phone in sequence together. And then when they actually got the timing advanced, they went ahead and even seen, because hey, this is precision, and it's yeah, that doesn't even happen, and the timing advance proves that, so we have to bury those. But how about this? Before you even get up to Bryan Kohberger, what was the investigation doing for that month? Go back and see what they were doing. You have a cop that's claiming the white car 2 days later to be the white car. You have a cop saying that I am the white car. Hello? That's in a report. Why is that not being talked about? Jacob Tisdall, on 11:15, right after 11:14 day is over, he writes a report at 1 in the morning on 11:15. Somebody's blood is in the house that's a male on the banister. That's not Bryan Kohberger's. That's not important to anybody, though. There was a glove with blood on it, not Bryan Kohberger's, on the property. Not important to anybody. There's contradicting statements. There's a contradicting timeline. We don't know when anybody's getting home, truly anybody's home. There's cars that are coming and going that are unaccounted for, but more importantly, that the cops purposely assigned to incorrect people to make it, okay, hey, this is now accounted for. All of these things have nothing to do with what you guys are talking about. So if they're doing all of these things on purpose, when does anybody take a step back and say, what's going on here? What's the problem here? Why do we not have the blood mixture of all 4 of those victims in the bedroom of Xana where everything was supposed to last have happened? This was consecutive killings in concession, no time apart, had to happen so very, very quickly. That means the killer has gloves on. Killer has the weapon. Do you want to know how bloody your hands would be? AKA your gloves. Do you know how bloody the knife is? Do you know that when you kill people, there's going to be transfer? And in the swabbings that were done in Xana's room, there is no mixture, none of anybody upstairs mixed with anybody downstairs, ever, not once. How about on the banister? There is a White Claw box that was actually on top on the banister, on top of a transfer blood stain. That blood stain, that transfer blood stain on that banister is Ethan Chapin's. And only Ethan Chapin's. How did it get there? How would a glove that was used, Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, Ethan, all blood on one glove, one pair of gloves, how, if that was the person that killed everybody, when you're then walking along and you transfer, whether it's, your hand, this just happened. I mean, talk about some crazy ass odds that, wow, this person transferred blood. And it's in a very interesting spot that one wouldn't be going towards if they walked from the bedroom of Xana's to go out the back door. You're not coming anywhere near unless you decide, oh, I'm going to go this. Oh, wait, no, I got to go back out this way. So I guess you could get. But don't you think that banister would have a mixture of blood on it? And then here's the better question. How can you make the transfer blood stain? And then how can there then be the White Claw being placed on top of it, the box? How could that happen? Who did that? We have the body camera. And when the cops come in, that White Claw box is there on top. It wasn't placed there later on. We used the body cam. And we're able to show that the White Claw box was already there. That didn't happen from, moving things around, taking pictures by the crime scene. No. We have the body cam. That White Claw is on top of that transfer. How does that happen? Think about this. Dylan's already downstairs because she runs out and goes straight downstairs. Would she stop, pick up White Claw box and place it right there before she decided to run down? No, she never says that she did. Could it be because, I don't know, Ethan and Xana were actually killed earlier, and whoever came home with a red with White Claw box said it? Again, this has nothing to do with, there's all these other issues. And they shouldn't be issues because they should have, all these questions should have been answered by this investigation. So this investigation wasn't just a cell phone data problem. This was an entire investigation problem. And that's where my questions all lie, is that what's going on here?
Before you guys jumped on, after the plea deal, I actually, against the defense, Anne was incredibly upset with me for doing this, but I've created a 1 day debrief that I've been going around the country for free, providing to law enforcement. And for you guys, hopefully this helps a little bit. We've had an incredible response from law enforcement. The service you guys got on this case, the average law enforcement agency is appalled by. Since November, when I started teaching this course, we've had 300 agencies throughout the United States attended. So it's resonating. We're getting a lot of endorsement of, yes, we need to change these things. But it's really interesting to look at that, and just how much fell through the cracks on this case.
So I have a quick question, and I hope that it comes across the right way.
Well, I have a question on that. Steve, do you believe what he's saying to you? Because that's not what he has 300 agencies that he's provided this 1 hour debriefing to for free. Who's providing Steve with the information that Cy Ray has been blacklisted across the United States? And then he'll never see the inside of a courtroom again. I told Steve somebody's pumping you up, or you're just making this up. Somebody's either lying to you or you're just making this up. Because, so what's up? So right there, if you want to talk, let's talk real stock. Let's just be honest with everybody. And let's just say right there would have been a great opportunity. If I was Steve, I would have been like, so if people were telling me that you were blacklisted and no one's using you, no one's going to talk to you, all these things, what do you think about that? Wow, I had no idea. That was going on, because I was being told something different. Interesting that that's the case. You see what I'm saying? That's how, look at Bryan Kohberger. He has no clue what's going on.
So my question is separating the murders and the burglary from the stalking. And as we know, the state never picked up stalking charges, but the FBI currently still has an active investigation. Do you think that some of those things were not picked up by the state because of this separation? Or do you think that this would have been something that would not have driven?
My answer to that is because they don't want to give out FOIA requests. They don't want to provide any of their information to answer any of the FOIA requests. So therefore, they're saying that there's still an active and open investigation. And that's why, and they're using that to be able to not fill FOIA requests. That's the truth. But let's see what happens.
A charge, or would not have been evidence of a charge that they were not actively pursuing.
I am guessing. This is my opinion of it, things that I've seen. I'm happy sharing this opinion to whoever, but there's a lot that needs to be filled in for it to land where I say 100% this is what's happening. I'm about 90% here. They back themselves into a corner, into a no-win situation, because the problem the FBI has with stalking right now is they cannot prove stalking in the work product that they did. It'll never hold up in court. In fact, I don't think a federal prosecutor would even take the case. So that's why we haven't seen the FBI proceed with that. Does the FBI have information right now, or potentially the ability to go get information to prove that case? 100%. But their problem that
Can
they
you
have.
tell me what that would be?
Well, it'd be that mobile advertiser ID. It would be mapping all of the AT&T records and looking at the pattern.
You just said that they didn't have the third. They don't have that made. The made. The question is
Potentially the ability to go get information to prove that case, 100%. But the problem that
Can
they
you
have.
tell me what that would be?
Well, it'd be that mobile advertiser ID.
oh, so he's saying to go get that. They don't have it.
Have been something that would not have driven a charge or would not have been evidence of a charge that they were not actively pursuing.
I'm guessing this is my opinion of it, things that I've seen. I'm happy sharing this opinion to whoever, but there's a lot that needs to be filled in for it to land.
I see now. That's a WSU civil question. That's for the civil suit. Thank you. Okay. That's all about the civil suit for stalking.
Where I say 100% this is what's happening. I'm about 90% here. They back themselves into a corner, into a no-win situation, because the problem the FBI has with stalking right now is they cannot prove stalking in the work product that they do. It'll never hold up in court. In fact, I don't think a federal prosecutor would even take the case. So that's why we haven't seen the FBI proceed with that. Does the FBI have information right now, or potentially the ability to go get information to prove that case? 100%. But their problem that
Can
they
you
have.
tell me what that would be?
Well, it'd be that mobile advertiser ID. It would be mapping all of the AT&T records and looking at the pattern of life of Bryan over 6 months, where we see these routine travel patterns. We can see where he's going, what he's doing, how long he's stagnating there. Understanding pattern of life is everything for this case.
Okay, well, the Barnharts, they've been working with the Barnharts. Okay, and you're saying that there's all this evidence of pattern of life. And the Barnharts are saying that Bryan cleaned his devices so well, except for like a couple different things, but his device is so scattered, like it's missing the data. It's missing clumps, of the data. So then that would be inconsistent pattern of life. Because based on Cyray's, the truth line, you need 180 days. 365 is the bomb, but you need at least 180 days to do pattern of life. That's according to his textbook.
The problem the FBI has is to make that stalking case, they're going to have to disclose or discover new evidence that never came out from the state of Idaho. And now you have these competing cases where you have a case that allegedly went through the entire process of discovery and never produced the evidence that's needed. And now for a federal case to all of a sudden say, oh, by the way, here's this other evidence. They've painted themselves into a corner that they can't explain.
That doesn't, what? No. That's not the question. So then they lied to Steve, because that means that they never ever were investigating stalking. Because when Steve's like, all the time, he's always like, we'll drop Kaylee and we'll just have her be that way. If anything is to happen with this evidence, we can go after Bryan Kohberger federally. Okay. And so that means that they would have all, like from the beginning, started on a, on a path of that we're getting him, because they tried to get him federally so that they could charge him federally. Okay. Moscow wasn't giving up this case. What's his name? Chief Fry came out and said, this is our case, blah, blah, blah. So they were lying to Steve. They were never investigating this case for stalking federally from the beginning, even though every single interview they're being asked questions about stalking. anybody with a brain, I shouldn't say that. I do have an extraordinary brain. Anybody that's been following this case from the jump, that this makes no sense. None. And I can tell by Olivia, she's like, what?
Yeah, no, I get it.
I feel like there's two discoveries because I've actually heard almost everything that you've said already. That he was in that house, even waited in certain locations for like extended periods of time of no movement. This wasn't the only house that he stalked. There was like a loop that he was following, and there was a couple other places that he basically stood still for a certain amount of time. Just telltale signs that this person wasn't shopping, you know, and they cross-correlated to bank records and the ATMs and all that stuff. They had some stuff, the basic old school investigations they had down, but the technical was almost like they outsourced it to the FBI. And then when the FBI were like, we're not so sure our discovery is your discovery or our investigation is your investigation, that there was these huge gaps in it. And
That's so interesting because the only people that when the right hand wasn't talking to the left hand is what he means. The right hand and the left hand, that was WSU and Pullman supposedly not communicating with Moscow. And that's just not the case because Dustin Blaker was living over there basically in Pullman from 11:25 to 12:07. Steve, the reason I believe that you were told these things is because somebody disclosed to you the timing advance records. But they said we're going to have to sacrifice here, okay? And if we say that we have the timing advance and we knew all along that we had the timing advanced, then we that's proof that we lied in the probable cause, okay? We lied in the probable cause to get. We didn't map the handoffs. We didn't get this. We could have gotten this. We didn't get in order for us to get the historical records of the 6 months, you guys. That's why they said we have to sacrifice here and not talk about anything to do with precision, location, and tracking his movements historically. Because that's going to out the fact that we have the timing advanced. Okay? And that can never be talked about because we're going to bury that. Because we're going to be writing up this probable cause and making, the only way that we can make probable cause is to say that the white car, this is how they looked at it, that the white car and the phone were moving in concert together, and then we're going to have to say that the phone shut off at 2:47 because if we map the rest of it, it's going to put it back in his apartment, and then he's not the white car that's going across and on 270. But we're over here, even we have more on that. It's also not his car because of fog lights. So, I believe the things that Steve was being shared, like the information that was being shared to Steve was information from the timing advanced. And that's why I would always say to Steve, dude, stop talking. Stop talking. You're basically announcing that they had timing advanced.
And when they went to go to make a case, it wasn't so clear. So as a father, I'm like, I'll fill in the gaps if I can, especially when it comes to technology. And it was an eye opener. It was so frustrating to sit there with a guy who looks like Santa Claus who has his consciousness, his short-term memory on a piece of paper and has no clue about technology, never will. And there's 4 lives in the bounce. It's just scary.
I couldn't agree with you more. And, this is a big problem with the FBI. The FBI has a habit of coming in on these cases. And where the problem happens is the FBI has access to things they can't get into court properly. They can't lay the foundation the way that state courts require. But they still proceed. The IGG, I will tell you, the investigative genetic genealogy on this case is overlooked at how impactful it was. As soon as they made the decision to go with investigative genetic genealogy, this case was doomed from an ethical perspective because they had to go outside of policy. They had to hide things. And now once they got the hit, you can see it clear as day. The rest of the investigation is how do we hide the IgG? Because we don't ever.
Exactly. But I believe that they're hiding the IgG for different reasons, and it's because not only can we not use it this way, but we're also going to hide that we ever used it. But we need to figure out a way to how we truly got to him, because I don't even know if the IgG was how we truly got to him, or if somebody said, here, if we use this, this is how we can say that we did it, right? But then nobody filled in the FBI on a couple things. And so when the FBI was like, well, give us that and we'll get the name right away. Like, not everybody is in on the know of the corruption that goes on those campuses. How truly was Bryan Kohberger's name tossed in the mix of this? I am not convinced and sold that it's because of IgG. Because of the timeline, even cheating, the timeline is so tight. The timeline's almost in. And that's me talking to specialists. But it's, if you couldn't give up the real reason that you know his name, think about that. Think about who it would implicate. There's only one acceptable answer. Why was the decision to use IgG when you hadn't even started processing the crime scene? That's insane, guys. That's insanity.
Want to talk about the way that, for me as an old school investigator, that drives me crazy is Bryan Kohberger's vehicle and his name are setting in a report that entire time. All they had to do is follow up and get a sample of his DNA.
And you know what? Cy is continuing to push this narrative. And on the custody queens, I said, ask Cy this. And they waited because I said, do it as the grand finale. Because it's the most important question. Cy, you put it in your book. Where is this report that Bryan Kohberger's name is just sitting in? And guess what he had to say on the live? I'm with Lana. The report, I've never seen it. I've never seen it. I would like to see it. And I'm just over here like, why are you doing this? Why are you saying these things? Because there is no report. There is no report that was wrote. In fact, here, who do you think went out and got all the information to prove this? It took them a year to try to keep this away from me. And all it was every incident report that Daniel Tanego wrote up and every incident report that Curtis Whitman wrote up. And Cy Ray said that there was a report on 11/29/2022, an official report with Bryan Kohberger's name in it. This report does not exist. I got it all. And in fact, I got even more, because then I went for the CAD and the mobile transactions between the laptops in the cruisers for those two people. And I went specifically to the time frame of the beginning of 11/28 at 6 p.m. when one of the guys started his shift, and until 11/29 until the end of the day. And do you want to know what it reveals? If you're querying cars because you were provided, let's say, here's a list from the parking permits that we have on campus. Here's everybody that has, these 4 or 3 or 2 make and models. Start running plates, right? Let me ask you guys a question. If that was told to you to do by your boss, would you run only one plate Or would you run more than one plate while you would be working? Because this is what you were told to do. How many plates do you think you would run? If somebody handed you here's an Excel spreadsheet, 4 or 5 pages long, maybe even fucking 50 or 60, how many do you think that you would run and just query into your laptop and type in plates? Do you think it would just be one, and that mysteriously one would be Bryan Kohberger's? That's what you would show to the jury. And then the next thing that you would show to the jury is, well, Daniel Tanego's location data and where he was when he queried this car on 11/29. And guess where he was? Daniel Tanego tells, because Curtis Whitman and Daniel Tanego were like driving side by side. And what it looks and appears is that Curtis Whitman was the one that provided Daniel with this license plate. But guess what? It's not the Washington license plate, the one that's actually on the car on 11/29. You know, if you're driving around and you're supposed to be on the lookout for white Elantras, that means when you would see one, oh, let me get that plate. And then we're running it to see if it has any warrants and shit. And we're running it to see who's it's registered to. Things like that, that's what you do. Well, then how in the world could you be driving around and possibly type in the Pennsylvania plate? Because the Pennsylvania plate is no longer on the car because that was taken care of on 11/18. And they realized that I'm able to show that. I'm able to show that the Pennsylvania plate was queried first, and the only queried plate by Daniel Tanego that day was that, and that happened first. And then 30 minutes, because then guess what happens when you do that? Guess what pops up? It lets you know that that license plate is no longer active, and here is the new license plate. And then guess who drove on over together to Step 2 Apartments 25 minutes later? Guess where their geolocations are? And do you understand that no report was written? His name doesn't come up. It is just license plate, license plate. That was never reported back. Nothing. There is no report that says the name Bryan Kohberger from WSU and matching it up with a white Elantra, meeting the criterias, nothing. That does not exist. That was never turned over in discovery. So if it does exist, okay, if it does exist, where is it? And that was a question. And Sai said, I've never seen it. I'm with Lana on this. I've never seen it and I'd love to. Well, then why the hell are you saying this? I was told it exists. Oh my God, by who? The same people that have been lying about everything? What do you mean? I said start back from the beginning, Sai. Investigate the case from the beginning. The white car that y'all are going nuts about was claimed by the police. Their own people claimed the car on 11/15. It's in a police report on report 10. Jacob Tisdall, while working a plainclothes operation, he was driving in the Ford Fusion, white, pearl white, driving around, said he was making the same exact loop around. And then when you do the math and the times that he thinks he's over there, well, there's no car that's going and making the loops. Please. It's all there. The cops claim the white fucking car. And then right before any of that happens, there is actually an Elantra on campus that gets pulled over by the undercovers at 1:43 in the morning, and it's a 2013 silver Elantra. And that report just got released, and guess what they just told me yesterday? That they destroyed the body cam. I said, excuse me? What do you mean you destroyed the body cam? The retention program, I said, no, this was a locked report. This report was locked for all these years. It just became unlocked. What do you mean I understand that you can destroy cameras after so long. They destroyed the body cam. I said, well, I want to see the retention papers. I want to know who ordered the code red. Literally just got it back in an email yesterday and I said, I want a public request on the retention papers. I want to know who ordered the code red. Who, out of all the, I was like, was Ann Taylor ever provided this? There was a Hyundai Elantra 2013 that was pulled over driving around, and it was 4 girls getting high as kites in a vehicle at a sorority in a parking lot while it was running. And guess what they also did? Just because they were in this vehicle, they didn't even bother saying who the vehicle belonged to. Who owns a 2013 silver Hyundai Elantra? That is the Be on the Lookout vehicle. To me, the defense never got this, because if the defense got it, it wouldn't have been destroyed. And guess what? The Be on the Lookout from the FBI was a light colored. It could be white, silver. It was never just said that it was white. It was a light colored car. And so silver matches. And it's 4 girls. And guess who all the girls are friends with? All the girls that were in that car. If you go look at social media, I did a shit ton of research the past 48 hours on this since I've gotten that information. And they are all friends with the people that were either surviving roommates and some of the victims.
If they would have done that and stopped trying to rely or over rely on this technology of the IgG produced, I think this is a completely different case. But they crossed the line with IgG. They knew they crossed the line, and everything we see after that is nothing more than smoke.
Okay, I disagree. When I go ahead and I look more at the policies here with IgG, the feds are allowed to do whatever they want. The feds took it over. The feds were not in contract with anybody. Who are they in contract with? You need to pull back that onion way more. I'm going to try to get somebody to explain what the feds can and can't do as far as when it comes to IgG. That's why it's the wild, wild west right now.
Screen trying to hide what actually happened to identify him.
I'll go a step further and be careful with this. I wish my lawyer was here. The IgG was done in a scripted fashion of it works. We know how it does. They told me, the people that I've been around said, if we get it tossed out, it led to the dad. It never led to BK. And that's by design. It never goes to him. It goes to his father in the trash, established the law, and then we got a warrant, and we got the cheek swab. We got it down. IgG is not going to ever be in court because it's a tip, and this is established standard, and we're not going to let a little podunk Moscow make court law or state law or any kind of law. This is never going to get into a courtroom because we have these established practices, and that is what it is. And, if you call a tip on a black SUV that you've seen that.
Now, the only thing that I will disagree with, and this is where the fight comes in. If you call in a tip on the tip line, you were not provided evidence from the crime scene. Evidence, you did not use evidence to create and come up with your tip. When you called in the tip line to say, hey, you need to investigate freaking Bobby Joe, da-da-da. And I just called it in and I gave it a tip. Well, I didn't use anything from evidence. I didn't take anything out of the evidence room. I didn't go and travel around with evidence and then come back and give Bobby Joe's name. That's why I think this needs to be done differently. It's all about chain of custody for me, and the fact of the matter is of just to be, dotting our I's, crossing our T's, because what it would have come back to is the IGG never identified Bryan Kohberger. The IGG identifies not just one person, it identifies a couple different people. And then you use, hey, how old they are, where they live, what's up, like other parts of, just like anything in investigating something. But you would have your work product. You would have your family tree. And that's like a scientific thing that you're doing. And they wanted to hide all of that. And the question should be is, why do you want to hide all of that if you truly went about using IGG? And here what they did is you're giving us every reason not to trust you when you just want to say, like, we don't have to produce that. We don't ever have to see it. Me, you, nobody should ever, but it should have been in-camera review to see, here, this is all the steps. Here, give it to the process. Like, here, this is all the work. These are the dates that I did it on, so that we can have we're trying to create a timeline, you guys. We're trying to see if you guys truly used investigative genetic genealogy. That's how I would have went about it. Your Honor, I don't even believe that they used investigative genetic genealogy. We need to see a timeline of when all this is happening. Because my client's name is never mentioned before December 19th. And then here you have Cyree over here talking about his name was in an official report on 11/29. It's like, what are you talking about? You've never seen that. And there is no report. If anything, Brian's name was in something way before 11/29 then, because guess what? Pullman, you want to know when Pullman put his name and plate number on a Excel spreadsheet? Never was entered anywhere. It was when they did who's staying home for the holidays in the grad apartments. Do you guys want extra meals, and we can do it and blah, blah, blah. Here's the menus for this, that, and the other for people that stayed over during the Thanksgiving break. And I went through all that. And guess whose name is on one of those? Bryan Kohberger. That was on 11/20/21. On 11/25, there's an Excel spreadsheet with a California plate, a bronze, a Pennsylvania plate, a California plate, and a Washington plate. On 11/25, Andre St. Love. And then you have to even go back further just to say, who cares about a white car though? Because guess what? Your cops they took ownership of the white car.
It has some kind of explosives in it and something, and you want to give that tip? Well, that doesn't go into court either. So I get where they're going with it, and the greater good. I'm just a dad trying to make sure that my daughter and the system gets better, but I do see some red flags, and I know we had the right guy, and we just made it all difficult for everyone. We just made it so difficult for everyone because nobody knew what they were doing.
Yeah, and go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, I think it's difficult for people to grasp that we can stand behind his guilt, but not understand or agree with everything that the prosecution and state did.
Right.
And it makes it difficult for us to be put in a position where we are having to defend the state's case that we don't fully understand. And there's a lot of missing pieces for us. And that's the only way that we can justify his guilt. So it puts us in a difficult position of being like,
there you go. Give it up for Olivia. Exactly. And that is what I call the burden shifting of Bill Thompson. Okay, listen, guys, the burden never should be shifted upon us as citizens when we become jurors to do your job that you couldn't do. No, we have to go not guilty here based on reasonable doubt, because that's what this case is. Not even that's even saying that all the evidence gets in. It's still a reasonable doubt case. If some of this evidence does not get in, and it should not, by the way, then you're even like, you might not even be able to go to trial. And who is to blame for all of this? It's the freaking House. It's the prosecution. It's the law enforcement people. It's everybody who decided to go against their oath, to do things. And when you have to ask yourself this, Bill Thompson he's not new. He's been doing this. He's been doing it just like this forever. And you cannot stand behind what these cases produce as who you think did it. And I get what they're saying here is they're saying even though they violated his rights, even though they did all of this, we still have the right guy, but watch, we're going to lose the right guy. And this is where the FBI was like, we're not going to lose him on a technicality. Don't worry. We're the FBI. You think we're going to let that happen? That's Ed Jacobson saying that. There's no doubt in my mind that Ed Jacobson said that. When I saw the good old Eddie boy was in the Netflix. Yep. I'm over here saying, why do we believe that he did it? How do we know that we have the right guy? Because if we can't believe in the investigation, it's like, here, we're doing our own investigation to see, and it's like, wait, what? Well, I want to know when someone's going to acknowledge and stand up and say that take away the white car, because that white car was claimed by somebody else. Bryan Kohberger's vehicle is spotless. How? He's covered in blood. He didn't transfer anything. There was things that were not tested in that vehicle. The presence of blood was not tested on the cushion of a seat. Does anybody know that? I mean, this vehicle was not spotless. All of these expert reports that came out, I'm just blown away that nobody is reading them. There is not just one expert, Cy Ray, that had some report that was, scathing. Scathing to say that when he would, if he testified to that report in open court, Bryan Kohberger would be acquitted. But take Cy Ray's report and take him out of the equation. There is 15 experts. 15 experts. He was 16. There are 15 experts, and what they are bringing to the table, in my opinion, blow away what Cy Ray would be showing. In terms of just annihilating what the state was going to go for with the crime scene. Remember, the 911 call came in 8 or 9 hours later. How the hell did Bryan Kohberger know that was ever happen? Remember the talks that Bryan Kohberger supposedly Googled stuff before the 911 call ever happened? Where's that? Where's that? Remember that report that came out that I'm glad the 911 call didn't happen until when it did, because now there's more things that we can prove. It's just what it all comes down to is I'm not going to believe people when you catch somebody lying, or when you catch them being deceitful, and you're presenting something and you're just like, wow, what the heck? I'm not going to trust your judgment. I'm not going to trust. So then who interviewed these people why didn't you ask them this? This is a complete domino effect, but you have to look at it. It wasn't just a couple, I would kill to have the discovery what they have. And why aren't you starting from the beginning? Why aren't you figuring out who could have potentially done this with Bryan Kohberger? Why don't you see if Bryan Kohberger was ever doing buys and sells for the police that work in these Facebook groups? They're doing these undercover / plainclothes operations for the drinking and the drugs. Okay? Why would you ever use grant money and lie about it after the fact and pull and try to hide when I did a public request on the grant money and how it all happened that night of the murders? Why would you pull those records to try when you serve me my records request? And then I go ahead and I serve it on the audit people that the government is giving them the grant, ODP. I serve them the same request. They give me that request and it has hundreds of more pages, and I have every single page to do with the night of the murders. And guess what? Somebody deleted 4 names that were working on the night of the murder. Do you understand? I wrote Steve Gonsalves an email and I said, do you understand what the policy is for the police department on how many patrolling officers they usually have on nights that are, a Saturday night? And then you want to throw in the fact that there was a football game at 4 and it was senior night. The night of the murders, there was only 3 patrolling officers working from 6 p.m. until 6 a.m. 3. There's always supposed to be at least 4. There was 3. You want to know why there was 3? Because they pulled one of the people that was actually working. When I say they pulled, no, somebody was being greedy, but clearly they were doing this. You're not supposed to work any plain clothing operations that are grant affiliated to get paid and reimbursed on a normal shift of yours. You have to do it. It's to supplement your income. Okay? On the night of the murders in Moscow, Idaho, they were short-staffed. Short-staffed. Why? We went and got the schedule for the night of the murders. Well, we got the whole thing for November. Casey Green, Jay Waters, Brandon Stirk, and Nate Rosendahl. Those are the people that are working, that are supposed to be working patrol. There's no detectives on. There was no... That's it. Casey Green, Jay Waters, Branson Stirk, and Nate Rosendahl. 4 people are supposed to be working that night. The Saturday night before that, on the 5th, right? What was that night? Yeah. David Hathaway, Kenneth Patton, Jacob Tisdall, Elijah Flattery, Josh Thewson, 5. There was a UI football game the Saturday before that. EWU. Okay? Again, you have David Hathaway, Kenneth, Jacob, Elijah, and Josh. And Josh comes on at 11 p.m. So you have 4 people, and then at 11 p.m., you have the 5th, 5 people. The week after, the night of the murders on the 12th, they had 3. You want to know why I say 3? Because Nate Rosendahl, who is supposed to be in a in a marked vehicle patrolling around, which when you have people in marked vehicles patrolling around, guess what it does? It deters you from doing bad things. It will keep people from, oh my God, there's a cop right there. Like, hey, we all stop speeding, So when you have these cruisers that are driving around, it's to keep a community safe. When you put cops in undercover unmarked cars, people don't know that they think that no one's around, right? Well, here on the night of the murders, this is why I would sue the shit out of these people. On the night of the murders, they only had 3 patrolling vehicles on that Saturday night. 3. Because Nate Rosendahl got out of being in his own patrol vehicle that he was supposed to be in, and he got in the vehicle of none other than Jacob Tisdall, who was not on the schedule because he's doing a plainclothes operation in an unmarked vehicle. So Jacob Tisdall wants to make an extra $500 fucking dollars. That's what he got paid, $492.79 from working 9 to 5 in the morning. They're only supposed to be doing 4-hour shifts with this grant money. 4-hour shifts. So on the night of the murders, when 4 college students were murdered, Moscow Police Department was beyond not staffed properly. And not only were they just not staffed properly, then one of the people that was actually on decided that I'm not going to get in my marked cruiser. And this is the guy that took a picture of Kaylee's ID, Nate Rosendahl, a month or 2 before the murders. He took a picture of her ID at a noise complaint call. Never seen anything like it before in my life. He didn't do it to any of the boys. Nate Rosendahl gets in Jacob Tisdall's vehicle and drives around, and guess what though? He's in plain clothes. He's not dressed as a cop. He's on the schedule to be in a patrolling vehicle. Do you want to know what then they did? When I start sniffing around to get these reports, and this is all in my reporting, go back and check it out. I've been reporting like a crazy person on this in the past 2 months. On the night of the murders, Nate Rosendahl, you're supposed to be showing up to work in your actual patrolling uniform because you're supposed to be in a patrolling vehicle. Why was he in regular clothes? Was he actually in patrolling vehicle? Was he actually in his actual outfit and then he changed into regular clothes? No, because Lana went and got a body-worn camera, and we can see his different outfits and when he has them. So then, when I thought that I couldn't prove anything more, then I go and see that Eric Warner, who's in charge of this grant, Eric Warner goes, and that's the only person that I could think of that could have the capabilities to do this. He has to go and submit. That's his job duty. He has to submit to get reimbursed payments from ODP. And so he types this material up. And when he typed up the material, he clearly put 4 or 5 names down in the spreadsheet. And before he sent it to go get reimbursed, because the people that he should be getting reimbursed for would be Nate Rosendahl and Jacob Tisdall. Every name gets deleted except for Jacob Tisdall. And how do you know that, Lana? Well, because they're idiots. And when they went ahead and went into the Excel blocks, they deleted the rows, which also took out the little dash. They basically deleted the formula. Okay? And so it took the little dashes out. And when I went and compared it to all the other ones that they've ever submitted, we went and got 5 years worth of records for this, to prove this. There has never been a time where the little dashes aren't there on the Excel spreadsheet. Then, just when I thought that there was no way I can prove more, that's why we simultaneously sent public requests to both departments, and they didn't know that we did this. Moscow tried to charge me $2,300 fucking dollars to get that information. And I fought back with them and I said, you want me to pay you 14 hours for audits that already have been put together? They're in a binder and all you have to do is Xerox copy and send to me? I got them down from $2,300 okay, to $300. They tried to keep the records from us by trying to charge us by quoting us an astronomical amount of money. That's against the statute. ODP sent me a request that was $273. I got that request and I'm sitting at a $2,300 one and a $273 one. That's what I'm looking at. That's the proof I have. I'm compiling all my stuff to put together one of the most elaborate lawsuits. Because I have the proof. We get all the paperwork back from ODP. Guess what also they send me? Every single email that has gone back and forth. Email. In 2022, guess what they got approved to do? They got approved to use a canine dog, okay? And on the night of the murders, it looks like they deleted 4 names. It looks like they deleted at least 4 people's names, and one of them was Nate Rosendahl. They tried to make it seem like you have to be so specific on what the hell you do. So specific. And you have to track everything because this is all grant money. And if you don't do all of this way, you will lose then the opportunity to, ever be involved in this grant program and all this shit. And it's a lot of money. But let me tell you what the police department cared way more about. They cared way more about being greedy and putting money in their fucking pockets than doing their job and patrolling that area on prime nights, which is Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Any college campus, those are going to be your prime nights. All they cared about was money. So much so that they made their fucking campus unsafe on that Saturday night. There should have been 5 people patrolling that night on the murders. There was 3. And then on the night of the murders, one of the undercovers, we were trying to still see, you guys remember hearing that dog bark? We went again and checked out, Murphy's, dogs are kind of like humans, behavioral stuff. Is Murphy a barker? Who was really barking that night? There is a canine dog that's on the Massoth Police Department's staff in 2022. They're running undercover plainclothes operations. They're using the dog. They got it approved to be able to do this. And so my question is, were you using the dog that night and were you using other people that night? Because you're deleting names. And you went up so far as much as to delete Nate Rosendahl's. And that's when I said, oh my God, you people are sick. Because they deleted Nate's on purpose because they wanted to act like Nate was actually patrolling that night. But little did they realize that, someone like me would come along and say, no. Nate on the night that he was working double dipped or was about to try to and tried to get paid time and a half plus benefit time as well for working a shift that he was normally supposed to be on the schedule for. You cannot do that. You cannot do that. You can only sign up and take those slots. Then they're only supposed to be 4 hours worth. 4 hours worth. So if you're going on at 9, they're usually just till 1. So you want to talk about what the odds are? Let's talk about what the odds are. What are the odds that Bryan Kohberger would know that there would only be 3 cops working that night in a patrolling vehicle versus the 5 that normally occur when it's a game day and there's an event day? What would be the odds that Bryan Kohberger would know that he's going to go into a home, leave witnesses, and then they're not going to call 911 for 8 or 9 hours? What are the odds that the cops would then just cover for the fact and make it seem like there was more people on patrol and yada, yada, yada? if I was Steve and these families, I'm calling up Moscow I'm calling them up and I'm asking them these questions. Is this Lana girl crazy, or is this true? Did you guys only have 3 officers on that night in patrolling vehicles versus the 5 that you have normally when it's an event night? Why would Nate Rosendahl not be in a marked vehicle driving around? If you would have been making those loops up in King with a marked car, maybe my daughter would still be alive today. Think about all those loops if they would have been done in a police vehicle. And they all did it for money. Money. An extra couple hundred fucking bucks. And they've been doing it. This is the type of shit that wins you civil lawsuits. This is stuff that you can prove by the preponderance of the evidence in a courtroom. And do you know what Eric Warner did after he pulled the 2 pieces of paper for 1113 when he tried to fill the request from the Moscow Police Department? He said he worked on it for 3 hours. It takes you 3 hours to Xerox copy 42 fucking pages, you fat fuck. No, it doesn't. What were you doing for 3 hours, Eric? Oh, that's right. You were sifting through everything and to pull out the information that I needed and was requesting. And then I caught your asses, wrote y'all back, and said, this looks a little light. Where's the information from 1112 and 1113? And do you know what they responded with? Well, that's going to cost you $15 more. I said, the fuck it will. I said, where is it? Oh, those records cannot be found. I said, oh, they can't? They can't be found? Oh. And do you want to know what Eric Warner did? Eric Warner recreated documents. And then literally we have proof of him recreating and making a document and him saying, I recreated this document on this day, on 7/2026, and then they sent it to us. So now that I know that you guys can just make reports and create and recreate a document, why wouldn't you look in your emails? But I'm so glad that he did it this way, because then that means you're in custody and control of what? You're running this whole thing. Moscow Police Department can just create documents. So you can go ahead and create me the document that I want and need, which is Bryan Kohberger's entire transcribed interview with Payne and Gunderson. Or what's his name? It's not Gunderson. It's the dude from ISP. And you can provide me with the entire hard drive of Bryan Kohberger's device, because you guys have it and it's your custody and control, and you can just recreate that for me too. These people are sick. And so when he recreates this, he recreates, instead of going to ODP, who he has to turn the reports into all the time, why didn't he just go and ask ODP, hey, I'm missing from my file these 2 documents? And if Eric Warner wants to swear under oath that he didn't remove anything, then guess what? That's even worse for him, because somebody else did. And somebody else knew what to remove. And what it shows is, in reports you have it being said that Tisdall and Nate Rosendahl were working plain clothing operations. And then you can see him on the body cam. Nate Rosendahl should have never been doing that. But more importantly, guess what time the report says that they're working till? 5 a.m., not 3:52. Take that and fucking smoke it. They try to delete all this shit. They try to get rid of it. And they try to delete the other people that were working the plain clothing operation, which was 4 other people, and you're not allowed to be on the schedule. So it has to be people that were not working that night. And so then we get into the department of, well, I wonder what Ryan Snyder was up to that night. Remember we're talking about the geofence? That's why I want to go through the geofence, because I think that we're going to be able to match some of those devices to cops. So let's go ahead and look at the geofence between 3 and 5. Let's go ahead and look and see whose devices that are in law enforcement are inside the geofence between 3 and 5. I want to see that. What little operation were you guys running around over there? And hey, maybe I'm just so wrong, but guess what? These are all questions that until you do the work, you cannot say that's not the case. So I want to see if there was a doggy out there. And why are we telling people that there was only one dog in the neighborhood and it was Murphy? Everybody has dogs over there, especially the people that live at Walenta, the Moyes. You know, the people that kept calling on noise complaints over there on the girls? Them.
Man, you guys are really making us fight for your work that you did, that you yourself won't stand behind. That's a conversation that we have a lot as a family.
Yeah, I can imagine. And, you know, Steve, with what you said, and I hate to put it in these terms, but it summarizes exactly what you said. The end result justifies the means, right? It doesn't matter how we get to him through IGG, because we have all of these bailout plans that we feel we can protect ourselves. Anytime law enforcement takes the idea or the process or the methodology that the end result can justify the means, we're in trouble. Because what happened with that is they created the situation, they realized how impactful it was now, and now the next 4 months of investigation is nothing more than trying to hide what they did at the beginning. And that's why we see the phone.
There you go. Cyree just admitted it. Right there. He's absolutely right. Cyree is absolutely right there. The means can never justify the ends. Doesn't justify, never, not once. And he is absolutely right, okay? Because guess what it leads also to? It leads also to the wrong person. It could. And it'll never hold up in court. But if it would hold up in court, that means everybody's protecting the means. And so, yeah, we should struggle with it every day. That could a potential killer be out there? Well, I think that the FBI should have to babysit Bryan Kohberger for the rest of their lives. I think that Bill Thompson should have to babysit Bryan Kohberger for the rest of his life. But this isn't how we get to people. We cannot entrust people in power positions for them to do something that none of this was needed. Right? But immediately, I'm over here like that white car. A cop claimed that white car. Does anybody have a problem with that? Why are we all avoiding talking about it? Are you aware that a cop claimed the white car's movements? Are you aware that those same cops pulled over a 2013 silver Hyundai Elantra at 1:42 in the morning? And they were with that car until 2:25 in the morning. And therefore, that is no way it is possible for Jacob Tisdall to be and to have seen at 1:56 the girls returning home in the gray car that's parked for a second there, dropping off the girls. There's no way that he could be them to have seen that. But there is a vehicle that comes in right before the girls get dropped off at 1:56. And now we're trying to find out what vehicle that is. Because what it looks like to me is that Jacob Tisdall wrote up one report because he's the only person that wanted to say that he was working that night in a plain clothing operation. But what he used multiple people's statements about what they were doing while they were working. We're just not going to tell anybody that they were working. That's what it looks like to me. Because it makes no sense. He's saying right before the Banfield stop that he had just made a loop up there. There isn't a loop that happens And that that's where he witnessed like 3 people going into the home basically, or, walking up to go into the home. And one of them was blonde. Well, there is no vehicle that makes a loop right before that, before you're, going in and taking down the people in the Banfield. That happens at 2:53. And again, Jacob Tisdall, you couldn't have seen the girls coming home and that gray car being idled, because guess what? Finally, I was able to get them to release that drug substance incident report. We didn't even know that it existed. And that's what released a 2013 silver Hyundai Elantra, the same exact vehicle that they were hunting for that night. And that these cops knew that that vehicle, there was 4 girls getting high as kites in that vehicle that were with the sorority. But whose vehicle was it? And that vehicle was just purchased in October of 2022 in Garden City, or Garden something in Idaho, over there by like CDA, I think.
Phone records were never analyzed because they didn't need the phone records. The phone records for AT&T were nothing more than a smokescreen so that they could say, oh, look, we got this tip, we followed up on the phone, we found this, and oh, that led us over here. The phone records were never gathered as a true investigative tool because they already have the narrative written. And whatever aligned with that narrative because of IGG, they brought in, and anything that contradicted that narrative, they eliminated. A really good point on this is they committed in the first search warrant to Bryan driving east on 270. Everything, and it repeats itself, on 50 different search warrants, that he traveled east on 270. Bryan Kohberger was never on Highway 270 that night, ever. He took a route north of the airport. He actually crossed 95 north of Moscow, and then he dropped back down south on the east side of Moscow. And that's why he ends up on Indian Hills, is he actually came from the east. And he did that because he's smart enough to know about the cameras.
I had to hit up Cy, and I'm just like, because this is a while ago, and I'm like, do you have any idea what was going on Indian Hills over there? Do you know how they ever even found out to even go and get cameras over there on Indian Hills? Has he ever remotely asked why they ever went and even were able to find cameras on 11? Why on 11/29 is Danny Vargas on 11/29? 11/29. Not they didn't go and get the camera after 12/19. On 11/29. Do you have any idea why they went and got the 11/29 on 11/29 that Danny Vargas calls up a judge of all people who lived at that house? A judge. Hey, do you still have that nest? We're going to need it. And then how would Danny Vargas know that there would be a vehicle that would just be passing by? Huh? And Cyray will tell you, well, it's because they had the timing advance records. What do you mean they had the timing advance records? His phone was shut off. Doesn't matter. I'm going to tell you why there was ever a vehicle at 327 on Indian Hills. There's a vehicle there, and the vehicle, well, why don't we ask Eric Gower what he was doing at 320? Why don't we ask the undercovers, the white the white Fusion that Jacob Tisdall is driving around in? Where was he? Guess who was staking out the A&W, watching kids walk all over? Nate Rosendahl, Jacob Tisdall, the undercovers. Two people. Eric Gower says, I dropped off a guy after 316 on Indian Hills. Casey Green, a cop that's working, He drops off a guy on Indian Hills. And then the undercovers, aka plainclothes officers, they're over there. And so Bryan Kohberger happens to just meet up with all the cops over there on Indian Hills. No. The footage is from the undercovers over there on Indian Hills. That's who the footage is from. It's their vehicle because it's their swoop, what they did. Because guess what Jacob Tisdall does in his report? Jacob Tisdall in his report not only claims the white vehicle that's making the loops, but then he says, hey, I took that Banfield call and I was there and I didn't clear that until 3:32. 3:32. It started at 2:53 and that he was not cleared from the area until 3:32. Well, that's funny. We went and got the CADs. We went and got the body cam. And we used Linda Lane. And guess what time Jacob Tisdall cleared the Banfield? 3:16, and he drove away at 3:19. Well, how would Jacob Tisdall know on 11/15/2022 that he needs to say and lie in a report and cover for his whereabouts between 3:16 and 3:32? Boom. Jacob Tisdall, he knows on 11/15 to write up a report. He claims to make the loops of the white vehicle. Then he claims that he was still at Banfield until 3:32. Nope. And he says that he gets it from he used his, where he got that exact, the 3:32. He says he pulled it right from the radio, from his log. I'm like, that's not what the log says at all. Why is he lying? You know how I know that he would have known that? Because he's on another call and pulling up to get the identity dudes with the sign. Guess where they were? At Sunset Mart. That's where they picked up that sign. Like I said, why do you think that these people want nothing to do with my smoke? Jacob Tisdall lied so that he wouldn't be on that so that they knew that they were the people on Indian Hills at at 3:26. Lana has to have a photographic memory. I have a pretty good one. I think that I'm an asset. Definitely no liability here. Definitely no weak link over here. You definitely would want Lana on your team. I'd want Bella on my team too. But you guys, this is just sick because we're missing the big picture here. Put it all together. Use it all. And guess what? You don't even get to Bryan Kohberger until you can figure all of what I'm saying out. And guess who it all points to? It points to the cops. And I believe that there is a chance that Bryan could have, been, like I said, doing controlled buys and sells for them. For the purpose of that he wants to commit this, murder. There's no doubt that that could be the case. And then what better way? Do you guys remember when at first they were claiming that they needed to keep all this stuff under seal and under wraps and they were listing off one of the potentialities for that is because it could put people in danger. Because they had no idea what Bryan Kohberger's apartment could have looked like. He could have had, basically all these whiteboards up with all law enforcement stuff. Going on, right? Remember all that? So they were using all this, they were just claiming all this weird stuff to be able to keep stuff that's usually not sealed. Do you guys remember that? I remember that like it was yesterday. And it was for safety. And it was for trust.
What drove me crazy in this case is when you see him go back. And by the way, the reason he went south is he panicked. Dylan saw him. He saw Dylan. Reasonable minds would say 911 is being called. And you can see in the video when he leaves, he's leaving in a hurry. If he drives back that same route, he's driving towards where Moscow PD is responding from. He's going to go right back towards the police department. So he has to go down south. When you look at 6 months worth of his records, he doesn't have activity down south. He doesn't know 95 south of Moscow. So he gets about 12, 13 miles outside of Moscow. He pulls over. There's a good gap there, which has always been a concern to me, where he sits there for probably 10 minutes. He powers his phone back on. He goes into navigation mode, and we see the route back.
It's crazy dark too. So the audience might not know what it's like out here in Idaho. You get out in that farm community, there's no light.
Do you know how crazy this is? That Cy thought this, because I don't doubt for a second he thinks this. And you were gonna get on the stand and testify in this case to your report. And he's like, yeah, because my report, I'm not lying in it. But you're just, how can we trust though that that when you would have gotten up there, that when the prosecution would have crossed you, right, that there would have been another leak on here. This is what you can ask me, and I opened up the door because of my report, and then I'm gonna blow it all up. Oh, I see, Lana, what you're saying. That's dangerous. This is all very, very dangerous, what's happening right now. And I cannot believe that we're witnessing this. This is very, very dangerous. What I'm saying is cops have lied. Cops are lying. Cops are hiding things. And we don't know why until you find out the why on that, right? But the better question is why would a cop ever lie? You know? And you're lying way too early in on the investigation to do something down the road. Like, what they're over here trying to say is that there's just no education here. Like, they don't know what they're fucking doing. They suck with technology. And I'm over here trying to show you guys that, no, you can think that, but I want to show you this other stuff, this, like, old-fashioned detective work, this old-fashioned, like, investigation work. And what do you call this, then? If they're just so not up to times with the digital world, okay, well, here, let's look at this. Let's start at the beginning of the case. Does anybody want to start there? Just like in the Holly Bobo case. That's why Zachary, what's his name? Zachary lost that freaking post-conviction shit. Because his people didn't go back to the beginning. Had they he would have won. Zachary Adams is innocent as hell. Unfortunately, the post-conviction team that was put together and did it, they didn't start from the beginning. And they're barking up the wrong tree with, Terry Britt. You need to look right there at Home Sweet Home. And you want to look at POL. You want to talk about pattern of life in that case? That'd be a perfect cold case. Or, a wrongful conviction case, in my opinion, it's not cold. To go and take a look at go and look at that case. I wish an investigator who was all about digitals, go and look and see how Zachary Adams was found guilty in that case and what the evidence was in that case that convicted him. Anybody that's a cell phone expert and a geolocation data expert in this day and age, and you see what horrible stuff was being testified to back then, it will make your stomach turn. Holly Bobo's boyfriend, his phone is on her property when the neighbor hears all the screaming. That's what didn't come out in that fucking post-conviction hearing. Lana wasn't involved with it then. I provided all that information. but it was too late. And they didn't want me talking about it anymore. That's why I stopped talking about the Holly Bobo case. The truth is, it's home sweet home. Holly Bobo's phone goes south before it ever goes north. I think Cyrate should take that case up. It's a really sad case. Holly Bobo wasn't raped either. And you want to look at what happened the night before the staging of the abduction of Holly Bobo. Again, it's all on the phones. But it's really sad. But the investigation with this case, taking away the data and going with your old school investigation, you know, listening and interviewing and doing all that stuff, and people are saying stuff that's, whether they are saying it because they don't remember correctly or they're confused because they were drinking, like, I don't care. That doesn't matter. And we shouldn't be attacking people because of that. We should be attacking the police for saying it doesn't matter if they, it doesn't matter why they gave the answer. The answer doesn't match the other, we have conflicting shit, okay? And so you're relying on stuff that is not verified. What time was Xana and Ethan home that night? Because I want to know when they're home, basically, that puts then a window on when they then could have been attacked. What time does the Explorer truly arrive at 1122? Why does that matter? Because we have it arriving at 4:29 a.m. And if you're saying that Ethan and Xana were in that Explorer and that he's the only one that would have been driving it that night, then they are alive at 4:29 a.m. Or who came over in the Explorer that belongs to Ethan, Hunter, and Maisie at 4:29? Where are the Explorer logs? Why are the cops lying about who got into a vehicle at 4:24 leaving after the Hyundai Elantra? That they're trying to say is the Hyundai Elantra. You guys, they were looking at Jack Decor as doing this. That was their number one suspect. They knew that Jack Decor was never and did not have a white vehicle early on, right? You guys know this, right? Jack Decor was like their suspect. Hoodie guy, right? They don't have a white car. So how important was that white car? It wasn't, because the cops already claimed it. That's how you blow up the white car.
Lights. We don't have, it's dark as anything. Your headlights are all you have and high grass. So it gets, if you're not prepared for that, you're not going to be able to figure out where you're going. And without a phone, if that's your primary source of navigation, you're driving around like an idiot, for a certain amount of time.
Well, then, like I said, we've got 6 months of records. I've got a mapping system. I can put everything in there. I can hit a play button and I can watch his phone for 6 months going around the map. What you see that morning of him coming back to Pullman.
Okay, so this would be an ethical question that I would ask Cy. Yeah, but you were given all that information. Were you asked to do any of that? What did the defense ask of you? Ann Taylor gave you this. I mean, there was a huge big deal about this discovery, remember? Because somebody leaked out Bryan Kohberger's entire phone. So this becomes for me like an ethical thing here. Bryan Kohberger just came out and said that he was petitioning the government, and that all of this shit that went down. Okay, that this plea was bullshit, and he kept on denying that he ever was responsible for this, and that he was coerced into doing this. And yesterday, Cy said all around everybody was ineffective. So more or less like, yeah, Ann Taylor was ineffective for Bryan Kohberger, okay? And so my question here is that once you would have gotten wind that Bryan Kohberger is doing this, and we already knew that it was just going to be a matter of time. This case wasn't going anywhere. Cy knew that. He definitely knew that. He knew that this was coming. He thought that it was, and he's even alluded to the fact that, like, Ann's playing, chess while everybody else is playing checkers, okay? So my question here is that once Bryan Kohberger announces that he's going to do this, where is it then it become ethical? Do you have any ethical dilemmas in what you're doing, Cy? I mean, due process, do you believe in it? Do you believe that expert witnesses in a case where, this is your career and you're in an NDA, you have your own, you have your obligations, and I don't see any experts out here doing and saying any of this that basically like, yeah, hey, I asked you to report too, but guess what? I want to talk about all the stuff that, yeah, I think he did it and this is why. Can you help the family without publicly coming out here and, I don't know, doing this? Like, what's the purpose of this? Like, I guess that's what I keep going back to is, what's the purpose of this? Whenever I do an interview or I have somebody on my channel, I always say to myself, what's the purpose? What am I trying to get out of something? Well, so my live today, what's my purpose? Well, my purpose was that I spent a lot of time watching stuff that some people don't even have memberships of Netflix to watch it because they're not a member of the Netflix community, and I think it's important that if you're going to be covering something, that you watch everything that you can, and that you're not one. You want to have all of the information that you're trying to obtain coming from multiple sources, and at least seeing the stuff. I mean, otherwise I think that'd be ignorant of me. And then giving you guys that. And then Bryan drops this, and then so it was like, okay, well, obviously I'm going to listen to what happened over here. But yesterday, I mean, in the past couple of days, even like Cy wanting to talk, and then it became a big feud. I felt like which Brent Turvey didn't think that there was a feud until, I guess, Cy saying that Brent Turvey's full of shit, and I don't know if Brent Turvey has spoken out against that or what, or I have no idea. But I'm over here just like, why are y'all like, this is like, does anybody know about the impact of any of this? Like, 4 people were murdered and 1 person's life is on the line. And I just think that people are, I don't know, is this selfishness? Is this, if people think, well, this is the right thing to do? I don't know. That's why I'm asking the question. Why is Cy doing this? Cy just said a couple days ago that he wasn't going to be doing any interviews. That Custody Queens, after that, like, he wasn't doing any interviews. Then he hits me up the day after the Custody Queens interview, and I was doing my recap of what he did I did it in 2 parts. And he's like, okay, let's do this. We're going to do it right, and we're going to do this, and whatever the evidence leads to, it leads to. And I'm just like, well, because I told him, I was like, your word was that you were coming on my channel. You went back on your word. I'm good. I'm not platforming you. you felt it was way more important to go in custody Queens and let them know that they were so wrong as lawyers to let Brent Turvey spew whatever he was spewing and not say and not prevent that. And I'm just like, I don't give a fuck what Brent Turvey says. That's not what, it has nothing to do with, you can go on custody Queens after we talk about your report. After we talk about how this all played out with your role in this case. That's what we were supposed to do. And how it looks like is, well, maybe you don't want to answer my questions. Maybe publicly you don't want to answer my questions. Maybe you don't have the answers to my questions. So, but if Syray can help the families and stuff like that, like, but help how? Help with what? There's a much larger issue here. And this is just unprecedented. And to hear I'm going to just be quiet for right now. To hear what I heard at the beginning of this, to kick this whole thing off, as you can see, Brian Enton's just sitting here. So it was like giving us a platform. And basically this private conversation, we're just going to press, like, I'm recording it, here we go, we're going to press play. And the question is why? What's the purpose of this? If it's not to sensationalize 4 kids getting murdered and one person's life on the line, who's never had a day in court, and who's claiming that he was coerced into taking a plea deal, which is par for the course. And Syray said to me that I want to take on, like, we're all ready to go to trial and that we can win. And, you know, Ann Taylor has to do what's best for her client, though, and I get that. We were all ready for the fight. And Bryan Kohberger has always maintained his innocence to Ann Taylor, and Ann Taylor knows that. That's been told to me. And that Ann Taylor believes in his innocence.
You never see in the prior 5 months of records. That's the first time he's ever done that route. And then within 48 hours, he's doing the exact same route again. And that's the last time you'll see him do that. I mean, you give me the layest of lay jurors, I can connect the dots there to have them see exactly what's happening. And right after he completes that route, he goes down to Lewiston, right down to the Snake River. He's there for less than a minute or two, and then he's right back to Pullman. Like, what's happening? Of course we know what's happening. So yeah, I'm with you guys on the frustration. My apologies. Like, you guys should never have been in that situation. This is an FBI issue, and I'll frame this piece. I don't put.
This is not an FBI issue. This is not an FBI issue. The FBI isn't over here destroying Moscow's reports in records requests. The FBI isn't out here understaffing on a Saturday night. The FBI is. This is not an FBI issue. This is a character issue. This is a material issue. You don't have the material. The material isn't saying, and then what material you do have, it's not saying what people are saying, is what law enforcement's putting out there, the material isn't backing. And it's not just the feds. This is a problem in that community, and it starts over there at WSU. 2 weeks before the murders, WSU was all over the newspapers and all over everything about their perversion and about cops banging young girls and doing it while they're on the clock, while they're up in the suites over at the football field. The sexual harassment nature of the everything. Okay, that's what came out, and there was a big. And they tried to hush and keep this all hush, and then they had a whistleblower. Anyways, it comes out, all these dudes had to resign. We're talking the chief. We're talking the assistant chief. We are talking the administrative sergeant. These people had to resign. They should have lost their pensions. That's what was going on. They were so understaffed over there, but the people that they did have staffed, now all of a sudden Curtis Wickham gets pushed up, who was just a little poo-poo patrolman. Now he's working nights and stuff like that, and now he's pushed it in. Now he's this the administrative sergeant 2 weeks before the murders. When did he become the administrative sergeant? Don Daniels gets pushed up. All this random shit's going on. And then you're going to sit here and tell me that 2 weeks after this happens, then 4 kids are murdered? Well, there's a plainclothes operation going on where they mix and put task force together from different, Washington State people will work together with, Pullman police officers, and then also with Moscow. Sit down. That's a cultural issue over there. And it wasn't, in my opinion, just at WSU. Go ask the girl why she left Moscow and went to Washington to be a cop. WSU. She was the, what's her last name? Like Fogarty? What's her name? Mackenzie? Yeah. 2 weeks later, this happens, and guess what? Not a word. Do you want to know? Nobody was talking about the blow up over there at WSU and all the police problems, were they? Nope. That just went away because of this. Interesting, Lana. You're right. Yep. That's who it was. And then do you want to know what Big Gary Jenkins did? He finds out about the murders on the 13th. Do you want to know what he did on the 14th? He got a new cell phone. Do you want to know what Curtis Whitcomb did, or Curtis Whitman did on the night of the murders? He left work early. He works like that 10 to 6 shift, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. What do you mean he left early? Yeah, he never leaves early. But on the night of the murders, he said that he left at 4:30, which I wouldn't be surprised if it was, I don't know, earlier than that, but 4:30 on the night of the murders. You know, the same guy that found Bryan Kohberger's car, allegedly? He left work at 4:30. Do you want to know why he said he left work? Because of the football game. He left after the football game let out. Oh, that's funny. The football game was at noon. He just didn't think that maybe somebody, when they were just skimming it over, wouldn't realize that it was 4:30 a.m. that he left and not 4:30 p.m. Yeah, I have all that. What do you say about all this that I'm finding and putting out? Do you think I'm lying? I bring every receipt. I've been busting my ass to get all the receipts. And there's also been people helping me bust my ass to get the receipts, and they know who they are. And if they want public recognition, please let me know, because I'll be happy to do that. I love what this little community has done and stands for. But what we are witnessing here is unprecedented. And seeing mainstream media act like little babies about this, and like they just want to like talk about the stuff that doesn't matter. Like, oh, Bryan wants out of his little cell, and like, what? That's what you're doing with this? That's how you're going to report on this? Like, this is like, and then you just realize how dumb these people are. They're not writing their own shit. Like, they can't think for themselves. They're fucking puppets. And I choose not to get my information from puppets. but I will definitely show you what they say on my lives and then show you the receipts on how they're wrong. Or when they're right, I'll tell you that they're right. Independent journalism is a great thing. And the independence. There's no agenda here. The right thing should be happening. And if you're truly going to stand up and talk about, you know, all the wrong things here, if we're going to do this, you guys, we're going to do it honestly. You're not going to, there's things that aren't being said. So if we're going to do this, then we're going to do it honestly. Entirely. Honestly. Entirely. We're not going to clip and put a spin and narrate this and what's happening right and what I'm seeing. We're going to be honest about it. Completely. And I just think if we honestly do it and we do it completely and honestly, that yeah, I think that Bryan Kohberger would not be able to, he would walk. Regardless, innocence or guilt, he would walk. And Cyree knows that. And I think deep down Steve knows it. So when he says, like, I stand by the evidence, and it's like, none of that shit's admissible. None of that shit's admissible. Because everything came from a probable cause that was all lies. And that's the much bigger issue here. That's the much, when Cyree wrote that scathing affidavit, it was all about the much larger issue here, which is that they never had probable cause. They lied about everything to get all of this stuff. And the much larger issue here is that, and you're now, when you come to a judge who's supposed to be unbiased and going by the law and going by the book and looking at everything and looking at the exhibits, seeing how this truly all played out, listen to people when they testify. Here you go. Yeah, you guys didn't have probable cause. Yeah, this didn't happen this way. They didn't find Bryan Kohberger via some white car that was reported and no report on 11/29. All of that that's the truth. They made all this up. And when the truth is accepted, it's like, okay, yeah, you can't use any of this. So what are you bringing forward? And now they got the ruling out. That's why Ann Taylor wanted the ruling out that you couldn't use the IGG. Because if they get it their way, then they can't even use the IGG. And so it's, to me, it's like the Karen Reed case. It's the Karen Reed case all over again, which is when you show an investigation for what it is, okay, and then it's so flawed and it's so, like, everyone's lying. So when you present that to the jury, if you're taking your oath seriously and you go by the evidence and you go with the burden is with the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Bryan Kohberger committed these crimes. There is no way in hell that burden is met. And so he would be found not guilty. Does that mean that he didn't do it? No, just like Karen Reed. These people that did this investigation need to never be involved in law enforcement. Protecting these people that did this, what are they going to do the next time? I mean, that's what I don't understand. Everybody's job should be called for. And these people should do the right thing and just walk away and go find another career. And look at the Moscow Police Department. Everybody's scattered like fucking roaches out of that place. Idaho State Police, they need a whole new revamp there. Moscow, all these places. Bye. There's no trust. Like Idaho, like I cannot believe that people are choosing to stay and live in Idaho.
Put this out publicly very often. When the plea deal was reached, I contacted the FBI CAS team and I actually told them, hey, I did a lot of the investigation here. I know what the cross-examination that you guys were going to be subjected to looks like. You name your place, I'll fly to you anywhere in the country, and I will give you the full debrief of what I saw on my side and how we could get better. They never returned my call. So, you know.
They never returned my call. This is such a this is unbelievable. After the plea deal was reached, I call out to the FBI. Why? They never reached back out to me.
Even reaching out saying, I'll give you as much insight from the defense perspective of this to be better prepared next time. They're just not interested.
What? I'm gonna wait. Wait, let me get this straight. Oh my God. This is crazy. Sorry, hold on a second. I gotta make sure I understood this correctly because sometimes it just needs to be clarified. So Sai's like, listen, I reached out because it's like, reach out to what you wrote and said that all these people are lying.
Frustration. My apologies. Like, you guys should never have been in that situation.
Why are you apologizing to them? You're doing your job. Be in what situation? Being lied to by the other side? Yeah, they should never be lied to. But you didn't lie to them, did you? Or did you? I don't know. Maybe you're lying to them. I have no idea. But they were lied to. Steve and Olivia were lied to. And I hope Olivia puts because Olivia's a badass. I love Olivia. Olivia, you fucking take back your power, girl. You put your foot so far up these motherfuckers' asses, okay? And Kaylee is so fucking proud of you, man. I know that. Kaylee's up there and she's looking down and she's like, that's my fucking sister. These people that lied to you, who lies to people after their sister and their kid were murdered? You got some, that should tell you everything about a soul of a person. And when they give you half truths, that's lying too. Because I didn't do anything wrong in this case, but here I'm going to give you this material. Fuck them. They did a lot wrong. They made it so that they didn't have a trial. Somebody leaked shit to Dateline, for heaven's sakes. And Dateline then produced it. Go get him, Olivia. Go get Bryan. Go get whoever. But everybody. Nobody gets a pass. Nobody gets a pass. Because if we're going to do this the right way, then nobody gets a pass. Everybody's asses are...
This is an FBI issue, and I'll frame this piece. I don't put this out publicly very often. When the plea deal was reached, I contacted the FBI CAS team, and I actually told them, hey, I did a lot of the investigation here. I know what the cross-examination that you guys were going to be subjected to looks like. You name your place, I'll fly to you anywhere in the country, and I will give you the full debrief of what I saw on my side and how we could get better. They never returned my call. So, even reaching out saying, I'll give you as much insight from the defense perspective of this to be better prepared next time, they're just not interested.
To be better prepared next time as in like the next case they work or like this case? What do you mean in next time? Every case is different. Like, what do you mean in next time? And I'm just saying, you think that these unethical fucks are going to call you?
And the other thing that I will tell you guys just drove me crazy. Now that my report's out, your guys' last name is all over that report because I did an inventory. I put in, hey, here's what the phones were provided. And then I listed the phones by last names. The only last names in my report that were redacted are the FBI agents that worked on this case. So all of the victims' last names are in this report that went out to the public with the last 4 digits of their phone. But the FBI agents get their last name redacted? Like, what is that? That is.
That's another shot at Hitler. Yes, but we know those last names. And that's Kennedy, okay? Sean Kennedy and Nick Balance. And do you understand that right now, Cy Ray is like... Who do you think Cy Ray's competition would be? If the FBI doesn't want to, like, use my methodologies, right? If you ain't with me, you're against me. I just think of all things that would piss you off. Fuck their last names. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think that their work and who did what and that they lied and that their work sucks, right? But you'd want to ask, hey, you want to get really good into stuff. Hey, Steve, did you ever talk to Nick Balance? Hey, Steve, did you ever talk to Kennedy? Did they ever tell you, like, hey, we really, like, because you're talking about that. Did you ever talk to the FBI? Like, who are you talking to? Who's telling you that this work is fucking amazing?
It's been happening a lot. It's really,
if you off record, if you ever want to know about some of the worst, we'll let you know, but I won't propagate them here publicly.
I just want to go back for a second to something you said, Cy. So
Bryan Kohberger talks a 30-minute. This is the first question since we started, I think.
A&W, which is that gas station right down the road from the house. So you're saying you mapped his phone and also, was it the victim's phones at the same time there?
Correct. And there's movement where they're all in the area of the house before that, and then we see it pop up over by the A&W, but they're together. They're at least mapping, and they're mapping not the exact same lat longs. They're just slightly off, but they're within meters of each other, which is, for me, that's a tall tale sign that we're getting better accuracy, because sometimes the system will default if there's a problem with the system, and everybody will get the same lat long ping for like a 5,000 meter radius. But all of the lat longs are identical. In this case, they're just slightly different. They're just a couple meters apart. And it's a pattern. It happens multiple times. There's also an incident, and it was the second, I'm going to screw these dates up, but I can give them to you guys later if it's important. It was the first weekend after school started, and I believe it was Kaylee and Maddie went to Pullman, and I believe there was some type of a sorority, maybe fraternity party, and it's in the apartment complex right next to Bryan Kohberger's apartment. And at one point, Bryan Kohberger's phone moves over to that apartment complex as well. And that's rare. He doesn't typically hang out in that complex. But this is all the way going back in August, that first weekend after school started, the phones intersect in Pullman.
Yeah, the prosecution was doing the exact same thing. They were trying to take his phone activity and cross-correlate it with the other people in the phone. They wanted to know who was in the house at a certain time because they wanted to plan the route to who was in there because they were trying to figure out who was the after.
Okay, so I have a question then. With what's being said here, then the girls had Wi-Fi, right? Because this is the question that nobody will answer for me. Like, I can't even get anybody to, like, sniff and talk about the Wi-Fi, the router, the Wi-Fi. The Barnharts are adamant that, hey, you know, when you have your Wi-Fi on, right, you're able to get Wi-Fi, and you drive around and shit, right, you know, you can be in the background of stuff. You're going to sit here and tell me that the Barnharts went through, this is what they do, this is their specialty, and were unable to find any time that Bryan is sniffing, not just the Wi-Fi of that house, I'm talking then the neighbors right next to them, then this, I mean, the Barnharts did it and they said that there was nothing there.
And Olivia can tell you the exact day that Kaylee moved in there. I think you said it was like May.
Yeah, into the King Road house. She did move in May.
Yeah, so other people speculated there was no one in the house, or only Maddie was in the house. We've never tried to play the blame game. We don't care about that. Who's to blame is BK, and we're holding him accountable. None of the victims. None of the victims. Like, another thing I appreciate you saying is no cleanup. We've really chased that down, because I mean they're literally driving these young girls to the point of they don't have a life anymore. So you're not true crime anymore. You're speculation, Hollywood fan fiction crap. And I would love for true crime to get back on focus and say, how do we make the world a better place? How do we make sure that people are coming together to actually have less murders and mass murders every single year? That's something we should work towards, not this fan fiction stuff. I mean, so that's part of the reason why we're here today. This is why we've been so dedicated. That's why we made a charity. This is why we have Murder Has a Name. We're doing everything in these girls and these victims' names, Ethan as well, and make sure that the world's a better place. Really, it's just the world's a better place when this is said and done.
Yeah.
You've said no cleanup, Ty. I mean, right? That you
There's no, he was in and out. We're talking minutes. And, I'm limited on some of this information. There was some reenactments that I know were done, and the reenactments, this crime could clearly be carried out by a single individual, and it's 5 to 6 minutes. And if push ever came to shove and that had to be proven in court, I know there's video out there of the reenactments. Like, there is no doubt.
What? Ann Taylor was asking for the reenactment, and they said that they did not video record it. I know that there's videos of the reenactment. What are you talking about? There's not videos. There's no report of videos of the reenactment, not done by the frickin' Moscow Police Department, not by the Idaho State Police. The reenactment was never recorded at all, according to. Now, are you going to say that Payne's lying and Gilbertson's lying? So I'm going to have to write that down. We need a statement from Gilbertson that he recorded his reenactment. Same thing with Talbot, that he was there too. Talbot sucks too. The hell is going on? Maybe they think Mark's video is the reenactment. Do they think Mark's video is the reenactment? Mark B was the reenactment. I'm like, here, well, where is it? Okay, so that's why I'm making a list. Like, okay, then I want to see that. Again, it just does not exist, according to Ann Taylor.
This is a single offender. But on that point, I think what you guys are hitting at, it's frustrating to see is, Turvey wants to say that there's cleanup because of things that are absent. Basically, there's things that aren't in a bathroom, therefore it's indicative of cleanup. There's no evidence of what that bathroom looked like before or after. Like, if we start building a case on that type of speculation.
Right here, if I'm Brian Enton, I would say, well, didn't you go through the phones? There was no pictures of bathroom selfies in there? Of what it would have looked like beforehand? But that's not why he's saying that's indicative of a cleanup. He was saying that bathroom looks like nothing of the other bathrooms. The way that bathroom was that day was not the same as the other bathrooms. That's what Turvey was saying. But there was way more to that. It was about the diluted blood, okay? And about Ethan's blood, and that there was there's just clearly more. But how about the only? Was the killer? Did the killer only have one leg? Because there's only one track mark in the crevice hole of Dylan's bedroom.
Bryan Kohberger's gonna walk, right? That's just absurd. And I felt a deep obligation to call Turvey out, and I'm going to piece something together for you guys. And I've been on the fence if I should voice this, but I think it's the right thing to do. So if I get in trouble later on, so be it. don't get caught up in what I believe is a very rehearsed scam that is happening right now. If you look at what's happened over the last 3 months, let me help you guys connect some dots. Brett Turvey gets with Whitcomb, who's another idiot. Like the guy who's never investigated a homicide is going to be the armchair quarterback that's going to change this thing, right? So Turvey and Whitcomb partner up. Turvey becomes very outspoken about this. And what does Ann Taylor do? She publicly reprimands him and issues this cease and desist. If you think about what Turvey's saying Bryan Kohberger is innocent, that this is a big conspiracy, that there's other people. I mean, he goes as far as saying Dylan is potentially in. How absolutely absurd. Yet, Ann Taylor
Now, Sai, let's not spin it. Okay? Let's not spin it. And go ahead, just
reprimands him from proclaiming BK's innocence. I come out with a book.
that's not what she reprimanded him for. She did not reprimand him. Do you see this stuff? You see, this is propaganda. She didn't reprimand him because of he's saying that BK's innocent. That's not it at all. She had to jump in front of something because of something that he knows. Sai, you went the loophole route of using a textbook. I mean, an NDA is an NDA. I mean, this is such ick for me. Like, this is just such now we're over here justifying what we're doing. Like, hey, I did what I did. Hey, I've said what I said. Hey, I did this. But this is now icky for me. Like, watching this and the things that I know, and this just becomes a really, really icky situation for me. And I have to step back, and I'm just going to let this play, and I'm not going to say anything because I'm better than to make any knee-jerk reaction statements because, like, I haven't seen this, and this is just ick.
Look, I go around to law enforcement. Ann knows I told her I was going to go teach law enforcement. I have been very, very clear. I've always thought Bryan Kohberger is guilty. I think in 10 out of 10 courts in America convict this kid. Every single time we go to court, he gets convicted. The question is, does all the evidence come in because of some of the ways that the evidence was managed, which is a whole different conversation. But I am very outspoken that Bryan Kohberger is the guy. Why hasn't Ann issued a letter to me about breaching my NDA or all this stuff? I will argue any day of the week. What I am saying is way more detrimental to the defense's case than what Brent Turvey said, or Brent Turvey. And she did the one with Turvey. If you guys look at the picture, and here's the critical dates. The Thursday before the plea deal, Ann says in open court, Your Honor, I can't effectively represent my client if I don't get the continuation. So you have the primary attorney on this case saying in open court, it's one of the last statements she made before the plea deal, I cannot effectively represent my client. Those are not small words for an attorney to say in open court. And then
I wouldn't have allowed him.
72 hours later, we have a plea deal, and the way the plea deal came down, the way you guys were notified is disgusting. I've never seen that in 30 years. Like that, there's all kinds of craziness going on there.
We just learned that his family was there at the plea deal. His family was there, so they learned before we did. That's the disrespect that we do.
The way that the plea deal was handled, when comparing it to the Chris Watts case, it's very similar. They had Chris Watts's family there, and they were talking to him through a glass door, like the glass window or whatever. And anyways, but I'm curious, was his family there? Or were they on Zoom?
You're getting at though, Si, if you can just connect the pieces of what you're trying to say a little more. I'm just trying to follow.
We have the ineffective counsel claim. We have the plea deal gets worked out within 72 hours. And Taylor stays on as Kohberger's attorney. Like this last year, she's the only person on the jail logs that was visiting him on a regular basis. He hasn't sought out new counsel. She's very much in his ear on a daily basis. We then see the Turvey Whitcomb book come out where, hey, there's all this conspiracy. Anne has to separate herself from that and says, oh, I don't agree with this. I'm going to reprimand you guys. Like, don't say these things. And now we see Bryan drop. And I knew the appeal was coming. In my book that I sent to the publisher in February, which is a manual, it's not a Bryan Kohberger tell-all, I put it in the book. Like, the appeal is coming. There's no doubt about it.
You called it before it happened.
And what I'm convinced about is Turvey and Ann are together on this. Turvey and Ann are not at odds. Ann needed some new information because that's the only way an ineffective counsel gets any legs at all. They need something new to get spun up. They need it to be very well known. And now there has to be this separation where Ann is helping Bryan, but not directly involved. And who takes that role is Turvey. So Turvey comes out, says all this nonsense. Bryan writes his thing. The last missing piece, and mark my words, I think we're going to see it in the next 60 to 90 days. Ann will absolutely fall on her sword for BK. She is a true believer. She believes he's innocent. She has an unhealthy relationship with him. And I think we're going to see Ann come out in the next like 60 to 90 days, maybe a little bit longer, depending on the timeline. And she's going to eat the ineffective counsel. She's going to say, he's right. I missed it. I should have known about it. And
big break moment. I just looked at it with a new lens, with this new thing. Yeah. I'm going to go even further. I'm going to let some stuff out of the bag. So I've talked to some authors, and so they actually have footage of BK boxing. He's an amateur boxer. They have a whole thing of him in the ring. 3 minutes, 162 punches. 160. That was going to be like, oh, he couldn't do 150 in 12 minutes. No, they have him in 3 minutes throwing blows of 162 times. So there was more than enough time. There was actually more time for you to go in and maneuver and do things, change clothes, whatever you did. There was time there, and they were going to show him physically doing it against another human being that was willing to fight him. And these people are sleeping in bed. They had a really good plan. Some parts they were going to execute really well. Other parts they didn't execute as well. But to anyone who thinks that somebody could go in there, they didn't have enough time, you don't know your facts. They were going to show you to your face.
So you think, Sai, right? I mean, you would know, I guess you were on the inside, that Ann Taylor actually believes he's innocent and has an unhealthy relationship with him?
I am concerned about the ongoing communication, the protection, just that I don't know how else to explain it, almost as like a motherly instinct with Bryan. To Steve's point, 100%. The Kohberger family was way more involved on that plea deal than the victims' families ever were. I believe that there was conversations going from the jail in real time of this thing going down. There's no doubt about that. But I've done a lot of these cases. I've done a lot of death penalty cases. It is very unusual for the defense attorney on the case, especially one who's technically a public defender, to stay involved and active with the defendant in prison visitations the year following a plea deal. That is incredibly rare. Like the case is done. No one is in contact with him. So the idea that it's all Ann and only Ann, and he hasn't obtained a new attorney for this appeal, to me is very telling.
When did this get recorded? When was this recorded? Pull up the
I think jail logs and jail calls would really expose a regular routine between Ann and Bryan that they're visiting and talking on a weekly, if not daily basis at times, which is weird. Yeah, that's unhealthy in my opinion. As a criminal defense attorney, you got to keep that line between your clients, right?
Yeah, I was told.
Okay, so I have a question, Sai. You are aware that Ann Taylor has to continue to do this case because Hippler sends out, hey, these are the requests, or these were the filings from this date to this date. These are the ones that you guys are going to go through. And if there's any objection or whatever you think that should be sealed, not sealed, yada, yada, yada. So was that why she was talking to Bryan throughout this? Because of the material that they had to go through for sealing, unsealing? And have you seen the call logs? It's funny that that's being talked about. That was one of my requests yesterday.
By insiders that it's a small community we live in that said she's purposely after you, Steve. She's watching your interviews, making us all watch it together and coming up with discovery based off your conversations. And once I learned that, guess what? I started talking about Bluetooth. I started talking about other things and just put her on rabbit trails just to play chess with her. But
Okay.
I've heard some really unnatural things are going on in this case.
Is there evidence? I'll save Steve for a minute. On Olivia's cue, is there? I'm just joking. Is there evidence, Si, that we don't know about that was never public?
I think there's definitely stuff that has been withheld and has still been withheld. I don't know how much it was conveyed to the victims' families, universally, not just Steve and Olivia, but across the board. There's some really disturbing things on his internet history that I don't know ever really came out that would be incredibly hard to just simply show and walk away from a jury not thinking that it's going to leave a big impact, especially on the case of this nature. I'm talking right now specifically his porn history. He's got a very disturbing porn history that I think really paints a picture.
And that's all non-consensual acts. And I also heard gay, male to male gay. Is that accurate?
I don't know on the gay stuff. And quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn. For me,
I know what you're focused on.
Yeah, for me, you hit it on the head, Olivia. The non-consensual, violent nature of the porn.
I was aware of terms drugged, raped, passed out, sleeping.
I would go more on incredibly violent sexual encounters. So not the sleeping or passed out, but very aware of what's happening and it being very, very violent, which is always a tough thing for a prosecutor, or a defense attorney to get through. That's something that's going to really tell a story about somebody's character. I think that there's stuff to still come out. I think you guys are going down the right road. I've quietly been watching, waiting for more to drop. I can tell you, for me, the location information and the pattern of life, it hasn't come out because I don't think they ever looked at it. And it is by far the most telling of what we have out there. By the way, the day after this, he turns the phone off again. So, again, they're trying to show these patterns and they do a pretty good job of showing, hey, prior to the murders, he turns his phone off on this days, but it's like they just stopped on November 13th. And as an investigator who's looking at a lot of crimes like this, I want to see what he's doing the next week, the next 2 weeks, the next month. Like, that is a really critical period too, that we see very defined behaviors of suspects like this. And the very next day, he heads to Moscow, he turns his phone off, he turns it back on, and he's southbound on I-95. It's almost a mirror of what you saw the day before.
The Barnhart said that they found a config file that they had to reproduce, and luckily they had exact same phone, but basically he went through a pattern. He turned off the Wi-Fi, then I'm going to mess this up, but he turned off the Wi-Fi, like airplane mode, then put VPN, and then put VPN to only establish connections after start. And he did this whole thing, and that was brand new. He hadn't done that in the config files. That was the first time he did it, and they're going to bring that forward to say that this is a new behavior, just same thing that you're saying, a new behavior that he did before, after, and he doesn't do it again. He stops coming back to the Moscow area after the murders. He doesn't go back there anymore. So anyone who thinks he's over there just shopping, they're like, and I guess the message really is to the world is you can't commit these crimes anymore and get away with it. And that's really what I'm trying to say is I just learned recently with the labs I'm working with, I can't say this on regular TV. Rapes are getting very, very rare. People don't get away with rape anymore because there's the fluid exchange, and that's leading everyone's starting to learn. If I do this, I'm going to get caught, and we need that same message in these murder cases. And I don't know how to say that in a mainstream media format, but we got to. I'm trying to work on.
Thank your podcast, Brian Enton.
What'd you say, Olivia?
So we're just going to tank your podcast instead. My apologies.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
So on that, Steve and Olivia, let me give you a name. Follow this case. I think it's really, really important. The name is Matthew Nilo, Nilo. So Nilo.
Okay.
Matthew is an attorney who was practicing in New York, but he went to law school in Boston. And in the early 2000s, when he was in law school in Boston, he was a serial rapist. And I want to say he had 7 victims that they've identified. About 2 years ago, maybe 3. Man, time's flying right now. Maybe a little bit longer. Just after these murders, they did the exact same thing. It's the exact same team with IgG, and they took some of the DNA from one of those rapes. They ran it through IgG, and like I said, it's the same team that worked on the Kohberger case, and they got a hit on Nilo. And they went and did the 1-to-1 comparison. They got it. They arrested him in New York. That case is working its way through.
The IgG team that worked on this case, Ann Taylor was trying to get that information. They wouldn't give her that information. How'd you get that information?
To Massachusetts right now. He's going to challenge the IgG, and he's going to win. The thing I want you guys focused on, because this is probably one of the more infuriating things. And if somebody's told you this, I'll shut up. But if they haven't, they are doing a huge disservice to all of the victims' families right now by not giving you guys the lay of the land. The defense is going to buy all the time they can until one of these IgG cases hits a major appeals case or the U.S. Supreme Court. When it does, you can kind of mark my words here, the rule is going to become you have to have a search warrant for IgG. You just have to. Most states have already started to adopt it, but this Nilo case is really likely. He's got the resources, the funding, and the knowledge to take this to the Supreme Court. If that happens, and they actually look at, hey, when you sidestep the search warrant and you step outside of policy, IgG is out. If that ever happens, that is Brian's gold card right there. And I think that the defense, they're watching this case very carefully. They're waiting to see what happens with this. And everything you guys are going to see the next year or two is nothing more than buying time.
But would that even matter if he pled guilty? I mean, it's not like he had a trial and then was found guilty, and then he could go back and say, oh,
Okay, so I have something to say about this. After he mentioned something like this on the custody queens, he did not say he gave us more information this time, and he's talking about the case. He gave the case. I went straight to resources, okay, and asked them about this. And they said, what the hell is he talking about? You don't just go actively thinking that, oh, hey, I can now do this because of this that happened way after you, and now it's like a law now. That's what Brian I think is about to ask him.
evidence they used at trial against me, is unfair. Like he still pled guilty. But that had nothing to do with the IgG.
So here's the issues, and there's 2 huge issues here. And again, Steve, if somebody's explained this to you, then I'll move on. If not, like you guys, you have to be aware of this. The fact that the prosecution probably never told you about Garza versus Idaho, and man, commit that one to memory. So Garza versus Idaho is a U.S. Supreme Court involving Idaho, where a guy who took a plea deal, who voluntarily pled guilty, actually got it reversed, and he took it all the way to the Supreme Court. So plea deals are not the closing of a case. Plea deals aren't like, okay, we're going to put this behind us. We're going to let everybody get closure here. Anytime a prosecutor frames a plea deal as closure, they're doing a huge disservice because.
So basically what you're saying, Cy, okay, is that it won't be retroactive because he's doing his petition now, going to be granted a new trial. And at this new trial, but you would have to drag it out so there can be case law. So you're going to have to drag it out for 2 years or the year, however long you think that this is going to take. They've been paying attention to this case, right? And you need that case to happen and finish before Bryan Kohberger goes and actually has this trial. Is that what, like, how that would have to work? And then therefore it would not be retroactive?
Because plea deals get turned over all the time on appeal. The second thing, and man, I am not a Hippler fan at all. I think Hippler made a critical error when he made the ruling that IgG could come in as a tip, so be it. But the moment he prevented the defense from being able to expose to the jury that the lab techs willingly, knowingly violated their own policy to do it, it's not a constitutional issue. That evidence comes in, but it does become a credibility issue. And any other court in the United States, when anybody associated with law enforcement oversteps a policy as it relates to evidence, you got to explain that on the stand. And I think if the prosecution did it right, you can explain that. Hey, for the interest of justice, for X, Y, and Z, yeah, we made this tactical decision.
No, but what you can't, you've had this conversation, Cy. It becomes a really big problem when it comes to keeps on compounding on the fact that you're going to be able to look and say, oh, you violated your policy there. Okay, now let's look what you did with the car. The FBI did what? And since you guys were all co-located, it wasn't just the FBI that knew that, though. Payne, you were well aware when he's over here saying, you know, it becomes a compounding issue. It wasn't just one-off thing here. And in this case specifically, everything that led you to Bryan Kohberger, you got led there by violating his rights or your policies. And this just goes back to like what evidence is truly going to be in play in this case.
But the moment that Hippler made the decision that the jury can never hear about any of that, and the defense is not allowed to cross-examine officers who knowingly, intentionally violated policy on one of the most critical pieces of evidence in this case, that is a judicial oversight. That in of itself, when challenged properly, has the ability to bring this case back. Now, to Steve, to your point, do it right. 10 times out of 10, he gets convicted and maybe more comes out and it really does put some closure behind this thing. Bring back the death penalty. I am all for this. But I think that I don't agree with the national populace right now that his appeal doesn't have legs, and it's very unlikely it's going to happen. I think there's a couple things that if it falls into place just right, it could happen. So I just say that as prepare yourself, right?
I've talked to.
Yep, that's exactly what we talked about. And I don't even think nothing has to go exactly right.
Some crazy labs, and there's some multi-billionaire. Okay, his house got broken into. Somebody stole his safe. Didn't just take it. They didn't just break into it. They took it. And long story short, a cigar was left behind. This guy hires a private lab to get a snip off of it, and then uploads it to all, and goes and finds the person who robs his house and shot his dog, which is like. It's like a movie, okay? And he gives it to the cops as a tip. And they said, he basically arrested this guy and kind of is taking shit over it because he was supposed to handle it himself. So, long story short, he starts his own company. And he's just going through certain locations that he's deemed as high risk. And they're just grabbing people's DNA and uploading it as if they own it. But once you abandon your DNA, you don't own it. So then they're making these databases to sell to the freaking cops. It's I'm going to say he's a criminal, and this is a weird story, but I really don't know he was or not, or he was just a shady business guy. But he found a niche, and he's going in there because the database, CODIS is puny. There's almost nobody in it. So they need to get to these bigger ones, and he found this niche, and they're like, we're afraid to work with this guy because we feel like this is going to get shut down. But this is the stuff that's going on, Steve. This is the wild west of IGG.
What were you going to say, Olivia? Were you going to say something?
Yeah. So I guess that I just don't follow the logic completely, that this is not an appeal. This is a post-conviction relief. The relief that he's asking for is for his guilty plea to be removed. Let's say that it's all granted. That essentially puts him back on the trial court. Let's say that they successfully delay until the Supreme Court decision in which it is deemed to be unconstitutional for the IGG process. We're assuming that that's going to be then done retroactively, then apply to this case. Let's assume that happens. Let's assume that IGG gets removed. It doesn't change his DNA being a direct match to the DNA on the sheath. So I guess I'm not following how we jump from these things happening. And I know you said that they're unlikely, you were like, if these things all fall together, but I'm not following how these things all fall together to then have the IGG removed, which then puts us in a position where the case is at risk considering the DNA is a match. So maybe the work was ethically budged, but the work itself is good.
Yeah, so let me give you a couple things on that. The best case I can reference you to is Carpenter versus US. And what Carpenter is, it's a bank robbery case, so obviously not anything of the nature of what we're talking about here. But in Carpenter, they do some cell tower dumps and they look at cell phone records, and they're able to place Carpenter at the scene of this bank robbery using cell phone records. Mm-hmm. But it's the FBI. And, in 2017, well, actually, the ruling's in 2017. The case actually happens about 2010, 2011. The FBI gets involved, and instead of using a search warrant to get the phone records, they use basically what they call an admin subpoena, which is a supervisor at the FBI saying, hey, this is relevant to a criminal investigation, give us the stuff. So Verizon gives them the records, and they put him at the crime scene. They recover some evidence based on the phone records. He goes to prison. It goes on. He finally gets his appeal. It goes up to the U.S. Supreme Court, and this was the first case in the United States that challenged, can law enforcement look at your location data without a search warrant?
Geo warrants?
Yeah, and basically the Supreme Court said no. Looking into your location data is so personal, it requires a search warrant. And this was the landmark case for cell site location information that requires law enforcement. And now everybody except for the FBI was getting search warrants for a decade before this because we all knew where this was going. But the FBI was doing it at that point.
So how does he have a claim?
So it reversed. It reversed the conviction because the conviction was based on the phone records, and the Supreme Court said, hey, you should have had a probable cause search warrant and you didn't. The phone records went away. So they had to retry Carpenter and prove the case without the phone records, which luckily they had a ton of evidence and they were able to do. So that's the first one is, should law enforcement...
And everything that would go from what this case is, you're going with nothing. You're going with a white car. You're going with the white car, and that's it. That's what I said earlier, because what they're not understanding is she's like, well, it still matches to this. It's inadmissible. You can't use the sheath at all. That's what he's saying. Okay? And what I'm just trying to put out here and say is that everything that should have happened in the Franks, okay, and if it would have taken place then, but Hitler didn't want to be the guy. Hitler wasn't going to be the dude. Like, you motherfuckers, basically. And that's why he said, you better get a plea deal, because I'm not bailing you out again. That's why there's a fucking plea deal. And nobody gets it, that it's a big circle jerk. But what I think Cyree just did here is he sealed up the fact that Bryan Kohberger is going to win this. Okay? But for whatever reason, he wanted to put out this little Turvey hit, Ann Taylor hit, Bryan hit weird relationship, and that they're having gay sex, for all we know. I mean, hit the thumbs up, hit the thumbs down. This shit is going to get wild. We've been saying it here. Go and check my algorithm. Okay? It is a very rare occasion when more than 2 days goes by and this case is not discussed on this channel. But it has nothing to do with this. This stuff right here that they're talking about, we always knew that this existed. Anybody that's been watching this knew that everything that took place in the suppression hearings and all that shit, and most of them, those rulings were unreal. Those rulings are not normal. Those rulings were not indicative of what we heard, saw, and read, and all that shit. Okay? They have no case. But I want to talk about, since everybody says, yeah, but guess what? He's still the dude. And I'm over here like, yeah, let's take a look at how he's still the dude. And when you actually look at it from the beginning, whoa. Look at it from the beginning. Look at this case from the beginning. If you were to be investigating this case and you were a cop, if you were the lead detective in this case, and you're doing these interviews, and this is what people are saying to you. That's why I listen to these interviews that's being conducted. Listen to these cops and what questions. What are they truly trying to get to? Nothing. These interviews provided these people with nothing. There's nothing pertinent coming out of these interviews. The stuff that you would think that would have been asked isn't being asked. The stuff that you would think would be corroborated isn't being corroborated. Mind-blowing. That's why I say it's a fake-ass investigation.
Have reasonably obtained a search warrant. And this is my hang-up on the Kohberger case. And the answer is so simple. If law enforcement would have written a search warrant for what they were doing with IGG, it doesn't hurt anything. We can seal search warrants. I don't have to release it. I'm going to go back to my undercover days. We did a lot of cartel cases. I was a cop in Arizona, so we had a lot of cartel cases on the border. We used to steal cars to wire them with GPS because we needed to get access on the car to get our GPS in there, right? So we would literally order the key from the manufacturer, and we would go steal cartel members' cars, and then we plant the GPS in it, and then we recover it and give it back to them. It's a great scam. We wrote search warrants to ourselves so that we documented what we were doing and there was transparency with legal oversight on our actions. When we allow the FBI to go through back doors and to kind of trick the system, and if you ask them, well, why didn't you write a search warrant to GED, match GED? Well, we didn't write the search warrant because they wouldn't have given us the info.
I think it was Heritage.
Well, it was Match and Heritage, so both of them. So the idea there is, man, if they
you mean to tell me that our stuff? That's who owns that shit.
Reverse that, and then you get Steve Nye, and you talk about somebody who should not have been involved with this case. If you guys haven't seen his, you know who Steve is?
Jeff Nye?
Jeffrey Nye. Sorry,
Yeah,
Jeffrey
yeah.
Nye.
Okay.
Yeah, he did an interview in August with Fox News. You guys have to go watch this interview, and he explains the.
I think he actually told us in purpose because Christy Dawn asked him, "What do you worry about?" And he said the same thing.
Who?
And yeah, I've
yeah.
I've worried about. It's not so much him explaining, because I agree with him. The entire case was hinged on the IGG. It's what he says towards the end when he says, and usually with these type of things, we can argue inevitable discovery. And what inevitable discovery is the Carpenter case. Yeah, we had these phone records and it helped put the case together, but take the phone records out, inevitably we still would have discovered all this stuff and we could prove the case. And that's why Carpenter is still in prison today, even though those records got thrown out.
Especially considering it went to Othram first and they found the right tree. They were on the wrong branch. And Leah Larkin herself testified in the Franks hearing that eventually it would have led to him.
100%. 100%. The problem is Jeffrey Nye on Fox TV during that interview said, we didn't even argue inevitable discovery because there was nothing that applied for it. And I'm like, dude, shut up. What are you saying? More importantly than even what Othram found, We have to remember on November 29th, Washington State University identified Bryan Kohberger and the vehicle, realized that he just swapped his plates for Washington plates, and notified Moscow PD.
Yes! Got on it again! What are you doing, Cy? Oh my god, this is amazing! Oh my god! He is telling them false shit! Oh my god! I'm just fucking blown with that, because that's my work. That did not happen. We got the messages from Payne's IM. Oh my god, fuck yes, I cannot believe this. Wrong. And this is why Steve said, this is why we love you, Lana. Like, it doesn't matter who you go up against or what you think that there's some like, hey, they know their shit. No, man, Cy's wrong. And he's like, that's why we love you. I was like, I have the proof of it. And I provided it. And then I even got him to say it on the Custody Queens channel, which is, give me the proof. And he's like, I've never seen it. He's like, I'm with Lana on this. I would like to see it. They say that it exists. And I'm like, what the fuck? Just like they said that Brian's car went on 270, fucking Cy. Did it happen? What the fuck do you mean? Well, they say it exists, that it's there. Well, have you seen it personally? No, I've never seen it. That's what he said. That's his answer. I told Kristen, if you're going to ask any questions, this is the most important question. This is the only question that matters. Because that's what was in the probable cause warrant. And that's what Hippler relied upon. To say that, you can't sit there and say that they didn't get to Bryan Kohberger because of the white vehicle on 11/29 and the WSU finding it and reporting on it. And that's why Hippler found that that Anne wasn't accurate. And I'm like, that's a lie. That never happened. And there's a reason that they didn't even want to truly talk about that, but go ahead and really talk about it. What happens first? The Pennsylvania plate was queried first. And it was the only query that Daniel Tanego did that night. And if he's supposed to was given like a pad of paper, or he was given like a Excel spreadsheet with here, these are all the parking, permits that fall into the category of this make and model that we're looking for. You wouldn't have just queried one car, would you, Daniel? That's how I knew that was all a lie.
Yeah, we have these phone records and it helped put the case together, but take the phone records out, inevitably we still would have discovered all this stuff and we could prove the case. And that's why Carpenter is still in prison today. Those records got thrown out.
Especially considering it went to Othram first and they found the right tree. They were on the wrong branch. And Leah Larkin herself testified in the Franks hearing that eventually it would have led to him.
100%. 100%. The problem is Jeffrey Nye on Fox TV during that interview said, we didn't even argue inevitable discovery because there was nothing that applied for it. And I'm like, dude, shut up. What?
And there was nothing that applied for it because guess what? Jeffrey Nye wasn't lying. He knew. So listen, when Jeffrey Nye didn't apply for it and didn't say, because there was nothing there. Now what Cy's about to say here, it's not accurate. Cy Ray thinks that, you have the 11/29 finding of Bryan Kohberger. Because I think this whole entire time, Cy has banked on this, and he's like, I'm going to expose the FBI and show all of this, but don't worry, guys, I'm not going to let the killer go because I have this 11/29 trump card. And now I finally have realized it. That's been the play that he's had, or that he's thought that he's had, and that didn't happen. The 11/29 never happened that way, which then blows up, and it basically ruins his saving grace that it's okay that he's gonna, hey, guess what though? We have this. Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! This is a reveal live that I'm telling you. Holy shit! That's been Cy's wild card, but it's not gonna work. Oh my god! That's why it's in the book. That's why I was going crazy about the book. I was like, wait a second. And that's why Steve was trying to tell me about this months ago. I'm like, dude, there's no 1129 anything. Just so you know, that didn't happen. It's a lie. Oh boy, they're going to be wanting Lana to shut up real soon.
What are you saying? More importantly than even what Othram found, we have to remember on November 29th, Washington State University identified Bryan Kohberger and the vehicle, realized that he just swapped his plates for Washington plates, and notified Moscow PD. The idea that
We have it in writing. Oh my god, we have this in writing. I had the CAD notes. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Bryan Kohberger would have been completely absent of this investigation minus IGG is absurd. All they had to do was follow up on credible leads. That's it. That's all they had to do.
Okay. So yeah, I think that we're on the same page.
And
No, you guys aren't. Well, you guys are, but your page is inaccurate. There is no 1129 report. There is no that we could eventually have got to him because of the car. Because nobody saw that was all fake. And you actually have to do your research on truly what happened on 1129, and that's why all the questions then start popping off about the police. Oh God, bless them. Oh fuck. You can't see a car that day with Pennsylvania plates on it. It didn't have Pennsylvania plates on it. It had Washington plates. The first queried inquiry that Daniel Tanego says, and where he says that he saw the vehicle when he queried the plates, it's a lie because the plates weren't on it, and it was the Pennsylvania plate that got pumped in first. Oh my God. And then they realized it this all happened on December 20th when they talked about it after Bryan's name. And on December 20th, it's all in the IMs, and then Payne had to call him. Oh my God. He's like, yeah, no, wait, hold on. He caught himself. They realized that something was wrong. They're like, oh my God, it has the PA plates in first. Fuck, we made a mistake. We fucked it up what we were going to do. They fucked it up. Oh God. That's all that happens on December 20th. And then that's why they needed to talk to Daniel Tanego. And if you look at the phone records, okay, then you look at the IMs, and then Daniel's over here saying that how Curtis Whitman was riding alongside of him and gave him, this is wild. It's wild to think that this is what they were banking on, that, hey, guess what? It's probably all going to get thrown out, but we have this 1129. We have this 1129, and the 1129 isn't there like they think. And everything that's actually happening on 1129 and before then is really problematic for the police because it points to them. And this isn't the first time you've said this, and I know I've been saying this I've been screaming this. I've been saying this over and over and over and over. And the custody queens got my question in there at the end and asked him, and he said, I've never seen this report. He said it's an official report with Bryan Kohberger's name in it on 1129, and them identifying Bryan Kohberger's, plates in the car on 11/29, and that just does not exist. It never happened. That's not what happened. And there was no, when he's saying you would just have to follow up with credible leads, that's not what happened. There was no lead. This did not get sent to the tip. And that's why, and Ann Taylor knew this. And Ann Taylor knows what Syray is saying here. She knows what I know. But Ann Taylor didn't go around telling everybody what she knows. You don't have enough time in a day to do all that. You're just supposed to be hired to do what you're supposed to do, and that's it. Okay? And Sy, unfortunately, he didn't investigate the case. That wasn't his job. That's not what he was doing. But somebody, whoever was investigating the case and to do the investigative researching on this for Ann Taylor, reminds me of the Jill Bolton work for the Moors. They're just not that good. I think that I'm pretty good. In fact, I think that I'm one of the best in the country. And I'd go up against anybody.
I'm not saying I ever think this thing gets reversed. What I'm saying is, if you guys, as the victims in the case, in all of the victims' families, if you're not being told, hey, this could be 5, 6, 8, 10 years before this thing works itself out in the criminal justice system, you're being misled. The Carpenter case, well, that was a 2011 arrest. That case came down in 2018. And that's just the appeals process. That's not even the initial case. So I think we're in for a very long ride on this. I think there's a lot of things that are going to still happen. I don't know that he's going to get his post-conviction relief. I think they're anticipating that. All that does is now it forces it into an appellate review. And it's the appellate review that I worry about.
Do you think that'll...
I guess I'm not understanding that point either. How does a post-conviction relief force it to an appellate court? Because he won't even get a hearing. His argument is nothing but ineffective counsel, which was asked in the plea questionnaire that he answered extensively to, as well as life in prison isn't what I thought it was going to be. And I was, quote unquote, threatened by the idea of death row.
Tell them the truth, Sy.
There's no other meat.
Hair in Ethan's hand.
Oh, okay.
New
Yeah,
evidence.
Clumps of hair, which we know is completely fabricated. That's not reality. And his own defense, Ruth Ballard, testified on the 23rd of January that it was consistent with Ethan's own hair. So he can't say that that's exculpatory, because obviously the prosecution did.
Ruth Ballard. When did Ruth Ballard testify? Because I need to know, what is Olivia talking about here? Ruth Ballard, what did she testify to? On the 23rd of, July? Wait, what is she speaking of right here?
Withhold that from them. That's not reality. And his own defense, Ruth Ballard, testified on the 23rd of January that it was consistent with Ethan's own hair. So he can't say that that's exculpatory, because obviously the prosecution didn't withhold that from them. So that doesn't work out either. So I guess I'm not understanding from how we get to, he's not even going to get a hearing. Mark my words. Let's say that I'm wrong. He gets a hearing. How does that throw it into an appellate when he's not asking for his plea waiver to be removed? He's asking for his guilty plea to be removed.
He's not a lawyer, yeah.
I'm sorry.
He's an officer trying to help us.
Please, if you don't know.
No, I get it. I would be so frustrated. In fact, I would be like, just please release the guy. The only thing I ask.
That's why they won't talk to us.
That's how I feel. Just release. Let's just release him.
Yeah, they won't talk to us because these are the kind of questions that we give to Thompson, and Thompson just, his eyes start darting.
But I don't think it's not an unfair question. Like you said, I don't know that Sy has the answer, but that's what Olivia's asking is really the question. I mean,
here's the thing that we have to keep in mind. The post-conviction relief that he's seeking right now is going to go before Hippler. And I agree with you 100%, Olivia. He's going to turn it down. He's not even going to get a hearing. He can appeal that. This is where Garza versus Idaho comes in. He can say, hey, Hippler's already jaded on this. He's part of the problem. I need
the ladder
side of that initial team to look at this. It's a long road, They're going to have to file their stuff just right. At some point, he's going to have to get a real attorney to get on board. All I'm saying is if nobody's telling you guys that this is possible, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying it's possible. That they're not prepping you guys. The same thing about, hey, if we take this plea deal, we can bring closure to this case. No, it just
exactly that. They told us the opposite. They said, if you guys go with Steve and go for the death penalty, you're going to have hell to pay. But if you just go with old Thompson over here, all your problems go away. And he pleads to it, and you all just go riding into the sunset. And now they're all like, I didn't think he could appeal.
Hashing old news.
Yeah.
What's that?
Hashing old news.
Well,
That's Dad.
we're
I know.
still talking to people that are calling me. Like I just had Randy, he couldn't appeal. And we're like,
Well, because it's
That
not
was-
an appeal. It's post-conviction relief, and it's going to be denied. Because here's the thing. He could have requested relief in the form of having his plea waiver removed, which would have been a hell of a lot more likely for a judge to say, yeah, sure, whatever, have your appeals back. But he didn't do that. He asked for his guilty plea removed, which logically makes no sense, which is why I think Ann Taylor's not behind this at all.
I read something that Ann Taylor signed an affidavit today.
Asking for the relief that he's asking for isn't asking if they're trying to buy more time. Give him a route to appeals. Say, just remove my plea or just remove my appeals waiver. But you're trying to remove your guilty plea, which is never going to happen because of the questionnaire that Hippler gave him. It was incredibly extensive, and everything that he brings up in his motion was covered. So
I
unless
completely-
you're just like feigning amnesia, and unless he truly is just even more stupid than I thought that he was, and I truly thought that this man was stupid, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, and
It's
understand
like a toddler throwing a tantrum.
them turning down this first motion for the post-conviction relief is another log on the fire for the bigger appeal issue. We're not done with these motions being filed. I think in the next 60, 90 days, like I'm saying, we're going to see a lot more start coming out of the woodwork. This is just step one to get that. There is a very
That's step one.
there's a very intricate, very well planned out road that the defense is going to go down here. We're just getting started.
yeah, the minute they thought they were going to do a plea, they probably had a whole exit strategy to be like, this is what we're going to do. And they sold that to him.
So he's not selling out Ann right now. Ann's part of this.
And me, this is just total,
You can just talk.
That's
just
Side's theory.
spitballing. We're
That's Side's
spitballing.
theory.
Yeah, we're just spitballing right here.
Yeah.
See, I've always thought the same thing, honestly. I'm like, how do we know that she's not in on this? Say, hey, we're going to do this. Then after a few months, you're going to file,
Wait, okay. Is this live? Like, I'm not in La La Land, right? Hang on a second. This is live. We're live right now, right? Are we live right now? This was put out on the air, right? Like, was this released on accident? Hold on a second. This is like, this was, we're not in members only. I just have to make sure because I'm like, I keep checking to make sure. I'm like, this is not members. Like, this is Bryan and release this, right? And everybody knows that this got released as is. Okay, I just have to make sure. Like, I just making.
inadequate.
More.
Ineffective.
Ineffective.
Total.
Ann's part of this.
And me, this is just total.
You can just talk.
That's
Just
Side's theory.
spitballing. We're
That's Side's
spitballing.
theory.
Yeah, we're just spitballing.
It's Sai's theory that Anne's part of this. Wait a second. Sai's part of the defense. So what are you talking about, Bryan Enton? Sai's theory. There should be no theories here. So he didn't know. He had no idea what was going on, right? Because Anne wasn't sharing, wasn't talking to him, he wasn't part of this. Remember, I was putting that out there. I was like, I don't know why people are talking about stuff that nobody knows about. You get it now? Why I'm over here like, well, either you do know or you don't know. What do we need to theorize about? Why is Cyree having any theories on this? Why are we brainstorming live? I don't understand. This is like, wow. This is like me having a Zoom meeting with somebody and I'm just like, hey, is it cool if I just put that out to the world? Like, I recorded this all. Is it cool if I just put it out there?
Right here.
Yeah.
See, I've always thought the same thing, honestly. I'm like, how do we know that she's not in on this? Say, hey, we're going to do this. Then after a few months, you're going to file, inadequate,
Ineffective
Just
counsel.
an attorney saying, yes, I was ineffective. Like you're looking at motions. You're looking at the evidence that was, attempted to be suppressed. You're looking at, there's so much more that goes into it than just an attorney being like, yeah,
she's essentially going to lay down on the knife. Right?
Why aren't we asking Cy? Like, I don't know. Like, but I get it. Olivia and them, it just seems like everybody's just like, wait, what do you mean she's going to lay down on the knife? Like, what do you mean? And Olivia brings up, like, she's like, well, they're going to go off of, like, everything that's taken place. And I just think that everybody's missing what Cyree said. And Cyree said, well, and 2 weeks before this happened, not even a couple days before this happened, the plea deal, Ann Taylor said in open court that she cannot effectively represent her client without this continuation because all of this new material. Then she comes out just a couple days later, and when Hippler asked her the questions that everybody's getting so antsy about with, well, then Bryan lied, blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah, so did Ann Taylor. Ann Taylor lied when she said to Hippler that, yeah, I could go through the discovery. And I went through the discovery before, advising my client. Well, clearly that was a lie because you just said 3 days ago that you didn't. And that's what that's what Cyree just told them. And so, like, that's what they're not comporting is that, so Ann Taylor lied. So then is it believable that Ann Taylor then lied to Bryan Kohberger? Yeah, because Ann Taylor's a liar. But to sit here and say like, this was the plan all along, Cyree always said that Ann was playing, chess when everybody was playing checkers. And I'm over here just like, no, she just needed to have better researchers and Ann wouldn't have to be doing backbends and flips and dealing with people that are on her staff that think that he's guilty and not even looking into the fucking case from the beginning.
I'm still stuck on what Cy started this whole conversation with, and Christy wasn't here, but that if they had done more digging and processing with the digital stuff, that Cy believes that there's evidence that Kohberger was in the living room at King Road based on the data he had. Like, did you guys know that? Did I just miss that somewhere?
I knew he was following these girls and stalking them online, but they refused. Nobody investigated if there was an online connection. There's
Everybody has come out and said that there is not an online connection. Cy, what do you have to say about this? Why don't you tell them that it was from the timing advance records?
No.
Are we talking about that night? That night he was in the living room?
No.
No, Cy thinks previously, based on the data that he has from the defense.
So fucking terrifying.
Out because we just skirted on past it.
I'm with Christy there.
I've been thinking about that.
No.
I'm with Christy there. So fucking terrifying. Like, what do you mean? Here's Cy just sitting there. He's not saying anything. I'm confused. He's just sitting there while they're just talking, and Bryan Eden tries to get Cy to say something right there, and he won't. Bryan Eden goes, Cy, I want to go back to what you said, Christy. You weren't here yet.
if there was an online connection.
Did I just miss that? Based on there's evidence that Kohberger was in the living room at King Road based on The data he had. Like, did you guys know that? Did I just miss that
I knew
somewhere?
he was following these girls and stalking them online, but they refused. Nobody investigated if there was an online connection. There's
No.
no.
Are we talking
No,
about that night?
no one knew
That night he was in the living room?
No.
No, Sai thinks
No.
previously,
Yeah,
based on the
and
data
no,
that he
is
has from the defense.
So
That
fucking terrifying.
Out because we just skirted on past it. As
Sorry,
if it
I've been thinking about that. the
no,
whole
no,
time.
no, no. You're
Me-
I
right.
didn't, I'm like, did I
That's-
miss that somewhere and you guys secretly knew, or I didn't?
Oh, I'm going to go a little bit off script here too, and I could be wrong. And this is where I was asking about the VICAP report and all the.
And I can be wrong. Okay. Somebody just wrote in chat, and I want to address this as why. I believe 1000% they had the timing advanced. Okay. And and I love Kate here. Kate says the timing advance doesn't place Bryan at the house, and they would have used it now with how that. No, not a fact. Okay. So when they first did the first search warrant to get his phone for like that, just the 48 hours, and they wanted his timing advanced. Okay. The timing advance that they received proved that Bryan Kohberger did not go the route of 270. The timing advance showed that the phone did not shut off at 247, and oh my God, holy shit, it shows that his phone actually shuts off or when there's no movement because you're able to follow it in the handoffs, and it puts him back at his apartment, and then the phone goes off. Okay? And so that would be that window of, and they were looking at the geofence from 3 to 5. And so that's where the phone goes off, is it's like someone at their home and whether the phone dies, you don't know yet, whether the phone is, you're out, he could have went this way where he's out of the service area, whatever. They knew that they would have to write something up that says, okay, that white car and that phone aren't traveling to Moscow. So that's why it's like, okay, we can't ever say that we had these timing advance records, because that's proof that we knowingly lied in the probable cause affidavit, and then that wipes everything. And see what they did though, they had the timing advance records, and then they got them historically, and that's where when they have all this proof of him being in the house and yada yada yada, or being around, and everything that Steve has ever said. Because I was like, you guys, Steve just didn't make this shit up. Somebody was providing this information to him. Okay? And the information was being provided to him, and then everybody was then being told, listen, you can never talk about this ever again. Because, and he should be saying, why? Why can't we talk about the stalking? Why can't we talk about anything like this? Because the only way that we can prove the stalking is to say that we had the timing advance. And then to say that we had the timing advance proves that we lied in the probable cause affidavit. You understand? So that is how, and that needs to be explained, and Sai should be explaining it. Sai should explain why he believes that they had the timing advanced and why it's exculpatory to Mr. Kohberger, like his affidavit says. Explain that to the world. It's exculpatory because he doesn't go 270 corridor, and the phone shuts off at his apartment. And they knew this. And they lied when they said that the phone and the car were moving in concert. And it was to then obtain more. That's what you used to then get what? His arrest. Which got what? His DNA. Which got what? The link to the sheath. All of it goes. What are you presenting then in front of a jury? A white car, and Mr. Kohberger having a white car? There is no case to present. Bryan Kohberger walks. Now it becomes an ethical thing for me as to ask yourselves, why is Sai doing this? Well, we know that there's a civil suit, but Bryan, before he came out and did any of this publicly, Bryan Kohberger petitioned to the courts. And that's why I asked you guys, when was this recorded? And they're putting it out here that it just seems like it was the first time they've ever talked. That's interesting. I'll let this continue.
Questions to family and friends, which I can't find any reporting being done.
Never happened.
The little bit that I have dug into, I also believe it's possible that Bryan Kohberger could have been at that house at certain times and not necessarily even been noticed. I think he could have blended in very easy. A large group of guys specifically, but a large group of college kids hanging out in, near, around the house may not have triggered what everybody thinks necessarily. I'm not saying that there's evidence of him breaking in the middle of the night and snooping around the house. I believe there's evidence of him late at night being at, near, or in the house, but it's also at high traffic times in that general area. And I believe he could have blended in really easy. The other thing I'm going to throw back to Steve that is just mind-numbing to me is there is a pattern of him looking at multiple houses. I believe he's a serial killer. I believe that was the intent here, was he was going to start his serial killer spree, if you will. And one thing you have to understand about the psychology of serial killers is part of what drives them, part of what fuels what they're doing is the randomness of selecting victims, watching victims and thinking in their head what they could do. That is a huge piece of serial killers. And I think he had multiple targets throughout the entire Moscow, Pullman area. And when you look at his phone at night, that's what he's doing.
And we're not suing the Moscow Police Department. We're not suing Bill Thompson and the prosecutors in any type of form there, because Bill Thompson comes out in November, on November 11th or November 29th, and tells the world that if you knew what I knew, you would send your kids to school here. Oh wait, that infamous November 29th date all again, isn't that? You know, November 30th and December 1st. What do you know, Bill? Tisk, tisk.
He is going around hitting these different houses, watching people, interacting with them potentially. I cannot find any history where somebody's taken the phone records and mapped out all these locations and then gone to law enforcement reporting to say, hey, what reports of a prowler, suspicious person, stalking type behavior, like just give us all the calls for service in these different areas and see, can we match up? Hey,
they did do that. Actually, they ran from it though as well. I swear I don't think he's read all these police reports. I don't think he's read all 314 police reports and however many there were with Idaho State Police. I mean, he would know this.
he keeps going back to this other house on the northeastern side of Moscow. Oh, weird. The neighbor across the street has called in 3 times about a white car. Like, how does that change this investigation dramatically? And these are some of those things that I keep saying are just completely absent from this investigation.
Are you... I'm sorry. Hold on a second.
Acting with them potentially. I cannot find any history where somebody's taken the phone records and mapped out all these locations and then gone to law enforcement reporting to say, hey, what reports of a prowler, suspicious person, stalking type behavior, like just give us all the calls.
This is nuts. This is exactly what they did, because Pullman called in and said, hey, there is a case that we had somebody back in 2021 in September and October. And then
for service in these different areas and see, can we match up? Hey, he keeps going back to this other house on the northeastern side of Moscow. Oh, weird. The neighbor across the street has called in 3 times about a white car. Like, how does that change this investigation dramatically? And these are some of those things that I keep saying are just completely absent from this investigation. And the only reason I'm saying all of this part, Olivia, is I personally want him to get the appeal. I say, let's bring it on, get a new trial, but let's do it right. Let's get the right investigators involved, and let's go show the world just how depraved this guy was. Let's bring back the death penalty, make it happen. I worry that they don't do that and they fall back on this. Well, he's not going to get the appeal. We're not worried about it. Oh, crap. He made the first hurdle. He's not going to make the second hurdle. We're okay. We're okay. And then all of a sudden we find ourselves in a position 5 or 6 years from now that there is a real possibility of a new trial and they haven't done anything to patch the holes from the first round. And that's where I've been very vocal with anybody who will listen. The time is now to start this investigation over, to do it, just document it, get it done. It's not a crazy expense. I mean, we've done everything at our own expense. I probably have about 50,000 invested in my Kohberger nonsense at this point. Like, there's people like myself and other people and stuff that you guys are doing that you can do this the right way.
Again, this is all an ethical question for me. I see what Sidus did there. He knows that Bryan Kohberger is going to get this appeal. And he knows that Bryan Kohberger should get this appeal. And he knows that if he gets the appeal, if he wins all this and it goes, and you actually don't have any of the evidence that you have, because it's not just going to be one trial. If all that evidence stays, they'll win on the appeal that none of that evidence should have been there. So there'll be going to be a trial 2 without all that evidence. And so what Cy is basically saying is we need to go and get evidence. But I'm over here like, well, I think none of it's going to fly because it's all from the poisonous tree. And you have to work from databases that you have to use stuff that's not from the poisonous tree. And Cy's over here working from the fucking discovery of the defense team. I know, and great question here. Solana, I'm confused. Was Bryan in the house? No. There is no evidence. And you have a computer screen. Show me some of these exhibits. Show some work. We're all asking people to show their work. Anytime I say that I have something for you guys, what do? I don't just get out here and narrate. I provide the receipts. And I provide them in full. But I see exactly what's happening here, and I think Cy's going to help on the lawsuit. That's what I think. And I just say, hey, if we're going to do this right, let's be honest. Let's be completely honest then. And I just don't see. I see a little things here, mainly the beginning, that isn't honesty. So, and I think that Cy is the only one that's telling them the truth in terms of like, I don't know who's telling you that this isn't going to happen. You know, stop believing these puppets out there on mainstream media, okay? And Cy Ray's pushing for this to go to trial. Well, Cy Ray do you think that's going to make him look good? Because everything that he said in his affidavit was right? And he had a judge, right, that basically prejudiced Bryan Kohberger by prejudicing him and by all this stuff. Like, we have never seen, this is unprecedented. When I say unprecedented I wouldn't be surprised if this is the last interview that Cy Ray does right here. But all I'm trying to say is that the evidence that they think is there in this investigation, like I said, start from the beginning. It's not what you think it is. It keeps getting worse for the cops, not better. But like any expert, as you can see here, you can spin it however you want. The knowledge that I have in this case, there's hands down, whatever side I was on, you want to talk about sides, would have a ridiculous upper hand. But I'm not picking a side. I want the truth. But people don't even know what that means anymore. Transparency, the truth. Through transparency. I want our rights upheld. I want there to be a trial. And I want Bryan Kohberger to be cloaked in the presumption of innocence. And I want the state to keep the burden. And I want the jurors to go in there that the state has to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And if the state cannot produce their case by the preponderance of not just the evidence, but beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must say not guilty. I want to see if that can happen. And then you know what? With all the technology that Cyree and Steve Gonsalves have, they'll be able to keep tabs on Bryan Kohberger for the rest of his life. Make sure he's not out prowling. But like I said, I would be suing the shit out of Moscow Police Department and out of WSU. And I said it in the beginning, why? They were supposed to be working that night to protect that university, and they didn't. Then they chose money and whatever else that they were fucking doing, and then they hid it all. And those 4 victims deserve better. Everybody on that campus deserves better, and everybody in that community deserves better. But they're not demanding it. And if you want change, then be honest with yourself. How does change start? There's no change by going around and saying there weren't bad actors here and that a system's broken. No, there was bad actors in this case. Period.
I think it's all about getting a mental mindset of where this thing can go, being very real and truthful with the victims' families to explain, hey, here's a number of scenarios. And even if it's a 1% chance, it's something that we need to discuss. And hey, how do you combat this? If lightning strikes twice here, how do we make sure this guy never walks? Because that, at the end of the day, is the real goal here. This is why I've been so outspoken, is we can never allow somebody like this to walk, especially if
four murders. The FBI told me, they looked at me like, Steve, I know you can.
You guys they're not letting somebody walk. What are you talking about, Cy? He's in prison. There was the most unethical proceeding I've ever seen. If you think this was due process, if you think that Hitler's rulings were based off of what was presented in that courtroom, nobody walked here. Bryan Kohberger's in prison. There was a plea deal that took place. Why? Ann Taylor, you just came out and said, believes in Bryan Kohberger's innocence. Why is she telling him to take a plea? When they're saying that he's kept his innocence. He's never wavered on that, never once, and you know that, Cy. So what happened? What happened for that plea deal to take place? I think everything that Bryan Kohberger wrote happened. And now we have to ask ourselves as a community who's out here, do you guys think that that's how shit should go down? That we should be dangling over the death penalty on somebody, and then our lawyers should just be saying to go ahead and lie to us and coerce us and do all this shit to us? I don't think that's how stuff should happen. They couldn't have this case go to trial, though, because they would eventually lose. And why don't you just tell the parents that? Tell the parents the truth. Our guys suck at our job. We fucking suck. But guess what? We know that he's the right guy because we violated all these policies, so we know he's the guy. You're going to have to let us do this plea deal. Otherwise, he's going to walk. That's the truth. It's that simple. And then I would just be saying, like I've been, well, if you guys suck at your job, then how do I know that he's the right guy? It's a very interesting circle, right? Let's bring it 360. Let's bring it all the way full circle. And it would come back on as, well, you guys just told me that you guys suck at your job. But that here, you have this and now, yeah. Just trust me. He's the right guy. Is that how the world works with our justice system? Not for me, anyways. But it's a lot easier for me to say that it wasn't my kid killed, right? But I can promise you that I would want every single person involved, every single person. And if anybody, when I found out, did all this shit and was lying to me after my kid was killed, I want all of them to go down. as well as whoever did this to my child. Because what these investigators did to these parents is sick. Whoever killed these kids is sick. Everybody should pay the price that comes with it, doing sick shit. I agree with Olivia. 4 people paid the price. And then you have here the prosecutor passing the buck. Fuck you.
Why I've been so outspoken is we can never allow somebody like this to walk, especially if we
Four murders. The FBI told me, they looked at me like, Steve, I know you're concerned, you know, but you think somebody with 4 murders going to walk? We have to do everything perfectly. And it was crazy that when you told me that you felt like there was more mistakes on that side, I was just like, and that was the side I was almost going with. If the other families would have told me, kick Kaylee out and you guys go do your own thing, I would have, but they were like, no, we want you to be the loudmouth and pretend like we don't like you. But the truth is, if you're not here, we're all in fucking trouble because now we got to get our heads out of the sand, you know?
So you don't think it was just...
Make sure I hit your points there.
Sorry, what were you going to say, Christy?
So you don't think it was just... Sometimes I think that people just put too much thought into it. And I think, look, he happened to spot one of the girls at some point in time. He started following them to their house, started watching them, found out that it was, you know, a house full of girls, perfect for him, score, everything that he was, you know, really needing and wanting. And he, you know, started planning on, you know, murder, and, you know, obviously had his knife and whatnot. And finally that night he just pulled the trigger and went in. I mean, you know, like I don't understand why everybody thinks it's so elaborate, you know what I'm saying? Like,
well, because that house is a dead end road surrounded by other houses. Okay.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Mom. He decided back before he ever moved to Washington that he was going to kill someone. He decided way back when that he was going to kill multiple someone's if he was able to continue getting away with it. Okay. He walked into that house after 1. He didn't walk out after 4. He didn't anticipate this. He thought he'd be way better at it than he was. But part of his game is that he's a hunter. So it gave him an adrenaline boost to see them out in public, to follow them without them knowing, to do these things until that was no longer giving it, that drug hit wasn't enough. Until 100%. It just kind of became this, he knew he had to do.
She means that drug hit, like him getting high off of drugs wasn't enough of a high.
After 1, he didn't walk out after 4. He didn't anticipate this. He thought he'd be way better at it than he was. But part of his game is that he's a hunter. So it gave him an adrenaline boost to see them out in public, to follow them without them knowing, to do these things until that was no longer giving it, that drug hit wasn't enough. Until 100%. It just kind of became this, he knew he had to do this. There was no getting out of it. He had a separate bank account with money that he had put in there that he hadn't touched, and he was broke as a joke. It's not like he had a ton of money to spare. Starts using it in cash. Fantasy 101, because at the end of the day, he's just an addict, and the drug that he's chased has always just been different. First, it was health and workout and this and that, and then it was, you know, this grandiose that he's healing his, you know, autoimmune disorders because he's so smart and this and that, and it at one point it was heroin. Even he's an addict that has always been obsessive and addicted to something, and he became addicted to this idea of chasing this high of killing someone. It wasn't personal to him.
100%. You couldn't have said that better. 100%. I agree.
Okay, so then what's with the overkill? What's with the very, very precision-like marks on Kaylee and Maddie? You guys see his handwriting, right? Do you guys see how he operates a pencil?
And if he ever does walk, he will kill again.
Yeah, of course he will.
We know they investigated him back in Pennsylvania, and it didn't go anywhere, but they definitely were concerned.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
he
I think-
escalated his predatory behaviors until they no longer fulfilled his needs.
So I didn't get Thorn Road right, but was that close? Was that closer than Payne's little loop?
Oh, stop it.
That's terrible. It's about, if you look at where Thorn is and the road comes down, it kind of 95 doglegs around.
Okay.
Dogleg, it starts to go straight again. It's the third dirt road after that one. There's a farm that sits right on 95 right there. And that's where he worked his way back up to Thorn, and then he came back down. So he goes across up to Thorn Creek and then back down around. And he actually shoots out back onto, I think it's 195.
Well, it's definitely close. And
It's
AI
not
helped me because
because
I was trying to pull the timestamps all together with the 448, and 448 was my source of truth.
That he was stopped there. Ray said that he was stopped there for about 10 minutes. We never anticipated that long of a gap that he was stopped there.
Oh,
We
yeah.
always
Yeah.
1 to 2 minutes. So the timeline that we had
Gone farther down than he's probably needs to be.
Yeah. So it's
From
not,
the
it's not
house-
his fault.
From the house to where he stopped, I want to say it was like 14.5 miles. And you saw the rate of speed he was leaving the neighborhood at. I have no reason to believe he's not driving 65, 70 probably on the road. There's a solid 10 to maybe 15, depending on how fast he drove. And again, the part I can't stress enough is he goes back to that exact same spot where he stopped the next
Oh,
night.
yeah. Because he dumped his stuff right
He
there.
did?
And came
Yeah,
back
he
where
goes back.
said.
Holy
And then
threw it
goes
into
to the Snake River.
And then as soon as he's there, he goes down to the Snake River, and he doesn't spend any time. He goes to Snake River, and then immediately he's back up 195.
So you think he left the stuff there and went back and got it the next day and then dumped it in
Yes.
the river?
Yeah, and
Wow.
I'll give you guys my theory. I would be really interested in your feedback here, but looking at everything that I've seen, I believe Maddie was the target. I believe Maddie is who he interacted with earlier. There's some other things that kind of support that. I hope a lot of this comes out at some point. I think
Sorry to know, but why do you say some things to support that? Is that the cell phones?
yeah, there's a lot more collisions between Brian's phone and Maddie's phone than any of the other victims. And what I'm saying about collision is they start to occupy the same space at the same time. And there is a little bit more of a pattern to that than with the other victims.
And
And
what do you mean? I know you don't have all the data in front of you, but like in different locations, or like
I
where
want to
would
say
they?
August 28th, but I could be wrong if that's a Sunday. The first Sunday after the full week of school starting in August, it's Maddie's phone that I think interjects with his phone in Pullman, and this is the apartment complex right next to Brian's. And they start off at like the student center at WSU, and then they move up to an apartment complex. And I think there was an interaction there that could have been the first crossing of paths. There's multiple times around the house that A&W over time, but consistently it's more with Maddie than the other roommates at that point.
He dips into his fantasy fund, and Kaylee's up here. And it was like that's the moment he's going to plan this murder, and she's still down there, and Kaylee's up here hanging out with us. So I totally agree, but I can't say that in a forum.
And you guys know better than I would. I think the fact that Kaylee is in the same bed as Maddie that night is somewhat of a fluke. Like, right, that wasn't something he could have predicted. So what I believe starts as a targeted one victim thing very quickly rolls into two. I think Xana interrupted that. And I think there's great
That's
blood
the scream.
Well, the screen, but also there's really good. So before, in my prior life, before I started doing a lot of the phone stuff, I did a lot of homicide stuff. I was a blood spatter expert. There is excellent blood spatter in this house that, in my opinion, Xana not only interrupts it, but he chases Xana through a big portion of the house. And that's where Xana comes into, and then Ethan comes into. And to your guys' point of the physical side of this, he's just exhausted by the time he sees Dylan. And that's why Dylan's today. And this changes his plan. And this is really important for the investigators to wrap their head around. The route back was going to be the same route that he took there. I believe he was going to go right back out on Indian Hills, up north to that little crossover road, and then come back north of the airport back in, because he can get all the way to his house and never pass a video camera other than the Indian Hills one. But because 911 is being called, he drops down to the south. So yeah, I think it went from 1 to 2 to 4 very, very quickly. Then there's the interruption, which completely throws him off his plan. He doesn't know what to do, but he's smart enough with everything he has on the criminologist side, which, by the way, I completely agree with you, Olivia. He is a terrible criminal. His PhD program is not
Box
working.
of rocks.
Yeah, but he is smart enough
Oh
to
my
know. They
goodness,
may be
Lord.
looking for a white car. I shouldn't go driving back up to campus driving a white car with
Yeah.
a car full of
And the path that you were talking about where he went, I think Indian Hills Road, everything.
Okay, I have a question with that. But he did go back. You said he went back the next day, and then the day after that. You said he was there the next day, and then the 14th. So he did go back. Okay, number one. Number two, they didn't talk about a white car. They didn't talk about a white car at all, okay, until 12:05 when they made it public, okay? So he would have no reason to believe that they were looking for a white car. But I get what you're saying. I will say that, I mean, I would have been a little nosy Nelly, but wasn't he looking it up though? Doesn't his phone show that he was like looking stuff up about the murder he was getting from his mom and stuff like that? Also, in your report, you told me that his frequenting of going to Moscow over time was deselling anyways. So in your report that you say that he's deselling anyways over time, and so no, anything to do with what you're saying, there's no evidence of that. He was actually deselling on going to Moscow. Like that started to be like, he was rarely going. You know, when he was there in the summer, you know, he gets there at the end of June, so you have July and August when there's no school. Then you have September and October, and then you have 2 weeks in November.
Thing he did was misdirection. So he didn't want to come in from west to east. He wanted to come from east to west. He was playing the same game. So if he did get caught, he wanted it to appear like he was coming from the opposite direction of where he really came from.
Right. I do have to go.
Okay.
But I just want
All right, guys. Man, that was awesome. I really appreciate Cy. And Bryan, thank you for putting this together. It wasn't a gotcha. It was organic, apparent, talking with people.
I think Xana interrupted that and really good stuff. And physical, the crossover video camera interruption, which I shouldn't go.
Appreciate Cy.
I have to go.
Coming from the opposite direction of where he really came from.
Oh, sorry. They talked for a lot longer because she's in a different shirt. She took off her jacket or whatever. But, you know, that's why he switched on over to what's his name's picture. Yeah. Cheers to them. This is what they wanted to do. They did it. I believe that they've been talking for a lot longer. And so the idea to the public that this was the first time that they've ever talked and did anything like this, I'm not on board with. And but whatever, somebody should ask, what was the reason for the interview? So what is Bryan Etten? I mean, Bryan Etten just used his platform. It was like, here, I'll let you guys use my platform, and here you guys just have this conversation. Let's see if when they say goodbye, does Bryan Etten say, like, does he just end it?
And you guys are doing foundation wise or trying to promote some of the change you guys are talking about to keep my ethics and say, look, criminal investigations can never look like this. And if those of us who see it and understand it don't stand up and say something, who does? So again, any pain or suffering that I have caused or helped happen with this nonsense, please understand, Ann has never spoken for me. Things that Ann says is not what I said. But my apologies for that if it's caused you guys heartburn, and anything I can do to be of assistance, I'm yours. So for what that's worth.
Appreciate it, man.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye, Bryan. It was good to see you.
Christy.
All right, so I really appreciate Cy and Olivia and Steve for coming on the show. And again, I know it was kind of a unique format and not something I've ever really done before, but
Thanks, Bryan, for letting us use your platform and your audience. Okay, that was not an interview. But we shall see. Is Kristen still in here, Custody Queens? Thank you guys, all the supers and the stickers. I've been trying to post them as we were going through. I'm not sure if Kristen's on here or if she's listening. I need to go have sushi happy hour. Hey, don't be hating. What's up, girl? What you think about this? Well, I remember what we heard on audio. You were double dipping. You were... Boston! What's up, baby girl? Ow! What'd I say, Lanny? You were double dipping. Maybe that was directed towards the time clock double dipping cop. Man, I had text Steve to do this exact... Yeah. I think this is really dangerous. I think this is very, very dangerous. And all I gotta say is if y'all thought that Brent Turvey took shots at Ann Taylor, I think that Cy's like, Ann, hello, I'm the teacher's pet. Ann, come on. You better have something to say after I say all this shit. Cy Ray just accused Ann Taylor of having an inappropriate relationship with Bryan Kohberger. Like, hey, I'm over here like, what are you doing? Like, I just can't imagine me saying, hey guys, okay, guess what? I'm just going to go ahead and tell you guys everything that me and Cy Ray have ever talked about. Or I'm going to sit here and tell you guys everything that me and Steve Gonsalves or the family have ever talked about. I'm sorry, but that's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. Because I'd be no different than what I'm saying that I have a problem with. Ann Taylor, I think, has went through the fucking ringer. Had done, I mean, standing up for our rights, standing up for what, like, Jesus, look at this investigation, right? Here, she got called every name in the book. People trying to go after her career, right? And all the whole wild, she's sitting around fucking egotistical males that are just acting like that this is their show and this is about them. That's how I would be thinking to myself, like right now, like, oh my God, I've never ever had a case where I've had to worry about the trust in the relationship. Like, I mean, this is crazy to me. Like, fuck NDAs. You can't. People's words don't matter to people anymore. Fucking NDA doesn't. Like, I mean, I'm concerned about the relationship that Ann Taylor has with Bryan Kohberger. If anybody says that this didn't add to the circus, it added to the circus. This case has been a circus, okay? Well, or if you thought that it maybe was on the border, this case became a full fucking circus. Bill Thompson and Ashley Jennings were the circus. This case, people are just showing their fucking asses. And you guys heard it right here. These are people's theories. Theories. Hey, this is my theory. Cy Ray didn't prove anything in that episode. And so Brian Enton allowed his platform to be used to talk about gay porn and theories and the families to be told the truth, which is for the first time, hey, this case is not good. You guys stop believing what the prosecution has been telling you. Stop believing what those cops have been telling you. And I'm here to save you. So, and I hope that I just don't understand why this had to be public. Why didn't that conversation just happen behind closed doors? Why tell anybody about it? Why would you play your hand? What's going on here? Why wouldn't you guys move in, like, I don't know. Everything's for a reason though, right? So basically, the Gonsalveses just listened to a conspiracy. This is how Judge Hitler would see this. What the fuck is this? What the hell are the families listening to this conspiracy theorist for? And of course, it'd be that family that's out there leaking everything. Great. Now we put the leakers and the conspiracy theorists together. That's what fucking Hitler's over here saying. Like, what the hell is going on over here? Now I got the defense team, experts with the defense, co-locating and mingling. What do you think Hitler is thinking right now? Like, damn, the only people that I berated, Steve and Cy, and now they're together. Oh shit. You know? All right, guys. All I know is that the Gonsalveses, as well as all the families, their kids were murdered, okay? And like I said, they always get the grace from me. But I definitely have an opinion on ethical shit, people's words, promises, the truth, and the purpose of when people do things. So, Lana, do they have BK on any of the cams? No, they don't. BK's on any of the cams. I just don't understand. To listen to an expert say, like, this is my theory, I get cringe. So, have a good day. Peace out. I don't care about your fucking theory. Let me see your fucking exhibits. Let me see what you got. You know? And I will say this. Let's go. Let's go to trial. Let's go. I want a trial. The people of the United States want a trial. You guys took $8 million and lit it on fire. Every penny should be accounted for. Deuces. Trial this shit. Let's go. I'm sorry, guys. I'll be back later. I gotta make some phone calls. Jesus, right?